ask the Almighty to bless this day, to bless this occasion. And I know you're already eating. That we already took care of. God is with us. But for the rest of the session, let's humble ourselves the way we are. And we ask you, Lord, the Almighty, to bless this day, to bless all of us who are here, to bless all our sessions today, and to have a moment of joy, a moment of reflection, and an experience everlasting. We ask all this in your name, the Almighty. Good morning, distinguished CEOs in the room, our business leaders, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the annual Customer Experience CEO Breakfast Forum. My name is David Sechitoleko, a hospitality and tourism expert, a consultant, a proud member of the Customer Care Experience Association of Uganda, also a proud member of BNI, and I know my country director is in here or will be here shortly. And it's my distinct pleasure or privilege to serve you today as your corporate compare. You heard that right? Alongside Miss Patricia Sentongo Musinguzi, right here with me, a pioneer customer experience consultant and also a proud member of the Customer Experience Association of Uganda. We gather here this morning at the Sheraton Kampala Hotel at a defining moment where customer expectations are evolving at an unprecedented pace. As organizations navigate an increasingly competitive landscape, one truth has become undeniable. Customer experience is no longer a support function. Yep, it is a strategic imperative. That needs a clap, I think.
Good morning, everyone. It's my absolute pleasure to be here. Today's theme, The Future Belongs to Customer-Obsessed Leaders, Lessons from Leaders that are Doing It Right, invites us to rethink conventional approaches and embrace a culture where customer obsession drives leadership, innovation, and sustainable growth. We're honored to be joined by top-tier CEOs and visionary leaders who have demonstrated that organizations placing customers at the heart of every decision consistently outperform those that do not. Their insight will inspire meaningful conversations on building enduring customer loyalty and being a lasting competitive advantage. In the words of Nelson Mandela, vision without action is merely daydreaming, but vision with action can change the world. Today we gather not only to share this idea, but to transform them into action. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, and thank you for being part of this Customer Experience CEO meeting.
All right. We're going to request that we all stand up before we get into the main session, that we have the national anthems and the anthem of East Africa. You may take your seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, despite the fact that some of you are still enjoying the wonderful breakfast from Sheraton Kampala, we would like to start off this meeting in the spirit of one of the pillars of customer experience, the core element of personalization and interaction. Let's live this mantra. Kindly stand up for those of you who are still not having your breakfast. Introduce yourself and have a chat, specifically with somebody who you don't know. And let's see where this conversation goes. Those who are still having breakfast are exempted. The rest of you, unfortunately, are not. So let's try that. Opportunity to network. Utilize your business card. Utilize your QR code.
Just like I told you, this is the moment where you've been looking for that one person in the customer experience space, or in the CEO space actually, that you've been longing to see. This is the moment. Let's connect, meet that one person. We only have 2 minutes for that.
Purchase your tracks today.
Don't you worry, give that handshake. We're declared Ebola free as of this weekend. So we are safe. Yeah. If it has to be a hug, it's a corporate hug only.
Purchase your tracks today.
Personally, I see some people have long lost in. It's been a minute for some of the people I see here. And by the way, thank you all for being so smart this Thursday morning. The future belongs to customer-obsessed leaders. Lessons from doing this today.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Even your corporate compare, who are the so-called MCs. We are the corporate compare. We've also had an opportunity to meet some good people here. We have our business cards, by the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've had a fruitful interaction and networking opportunity. Could you kindly take your seats as we commence with the formal program? Thank you.
Purchase your tracks today.
Alrighty. Let's have our seats. Thank you so much for this moment. I'm sure something great and something positive is going to come out of this. So let's get our seats and we continue with our program.
Ladies and gentlemen, before the clicks, before the cues, before the system says your request is processing, there is a person, a heartbeat, actively listening, a series of moments and a human story waiting to be heard. Every interaction is a journey. Every choice we make writes the next chapter for the people who trust us the most. And we have the power of a single word, a single phrase, or written sentence that can change a person's entire day. To kick off our journey into this art form, we have a voice, we have an empath, we have a person who embodies a culture of care, a truly gifted customer experience consultant who knows what it means to truly connect. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm welcome to the poet onto the stage, who's going to provide us a moving spoken word. Our very own seasoned customer experience consultant, chief visionary, officer at Sharan's Customer Ignite, a member of BNI, a devoted educator, a mentor for the project Girls for Girls Uganda, as well as being a proud hijabi, whose motto is building sustainable communities that start with her. Let's give a warm welcome to Mrs. Shameen Nalwada. Welcome, Shameen.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, distinguished leaders. Did you know that customer experience is why we are here? What if I told you that the future of customer experience has nothing to do with customers?
Purchase your tracks today.
This morning, I'm not here to talk about customer experience. I'm here to talk about the man in the mirror, the woman in the mirror. Because before there's a customer, there's a human being. And before there's a complaint, there was an expectation. An expectation to be seen, to be heard, and to be valued. So perhaps, let's not call them customers today. And let's call them a father, a mother, a student, a farmer, an entrepreneur, a patient, a citizen. Because nobody wakes up saying, I can't wait to be customer number 45 today. They simply wake up trying to live, trying to build, trying to belong. A young woman leaves home before sunrise. She boards a taxi. She hopes the driver will value her safety more than his next fare.
Purchase your
She
tracks.
reaches her workplace. She hopes her efforts are recognized before her mistakes are. Later at lunch, she visits a bank. She takes a number. She waits and waits. Not because service takes time, but because time has stopped mattering. Later, she calls her service provider. The phone rings, no answer. She sends a WhatsApp. Blue ticks, silence. She sends an email. Days pass, nothing. She begins to wonder, do I only matter when I am paying? That evening, she takes her sick child to a health facility. She's frightened. She's exhausted. She doesn't expect miracles. She simply hopes that someone will look into her eyes and say, how can I help? Because sometimes healing begins before the medicine. Sometimes service begins before the solutions. And oftentimes, people remember your kindness long after they've forgotten your product. The next day, she walks into a government office. She's carried every paper she was told to bring, waited in every queue, and filled every form, only to hear, you should have come yesterday. And she walks away carrying something heavier than paperwork, disappointment. Imagine this. The same citizen, same week, different buildings, organizations, logos, uniforms, systems, and yet somehow the experience is familiar. Confusion, waiting, disappointment. Now that is the tragedy. She doesn't go home saying, the bank made me wait, the hospital ignored me, or the telecom never replied. She goes home saying, today was exhausting. Nobody seemed to care. Uganda ganye. Now that is a cost we never get to measure. Because while organizations count transactions, citizens carry experiences. While we measure performance, they measure how we made them feel. Ladies and gentlemen, customer experience is never a memory of one interaction. It's the story people tell after meeting all of us. The cleaner, the receptionist, the banker, the teacher, the nurse, the CEO, the HR manager. Every interaction writes another sentence in Uganda's story. And the question is, what do people see when they meet us? Do they see hope or hierarchy? Do they see empathy or indifference? Do they see service or power? Because every citizen who walks through our door is carrying an invisible story, a story we may never fully get to know, a burden we may never see, and a hope they have quietly placed in us. And every interaction answers one silent question: do I matter here? May your answer and mine always be yes. Because customer experience has never been about business. It's always been about nation building, and leadership writes the first chapter. Because culture does not begin at the reception. It begins in the boardroom. If leaders respect, teams will respect. If leaders celebrate excellence, then excellence becomes habit. But if leaders tolerate excuses, then excuses become culture. And every organization eventually becomes what its leaders often tolerate. So perhaps today we are not gathered here for nothing. Perhaps we are gathered to restore humanity, to answer the call because someone is waiting, to respond to the email because uncertainty is exhausting, and to recruit with dignity because every applicant deserves respect. Because efficiency saves more than money. It saves relationships, it saves confidence, it saves hope, and perhaps it even saves our nation's future. The ripple of one good experience travels farther than we can imagine. So before we ask, how do we improve customer experience? Perhaps we should ask, what is it like to experience me as a leader, as a parent, as a colleague, as a citizen? Because customer experience is never what we say about ourselves. it's how people feel after meeting us. Customer experience is about creating people who leave believing they mattered. And if enough people leave believing they mattered, then employees become ambassadors, customers become advocates, communities become stronger, trust begins to grow, hope begins to return. And organizations stop merely serving customers, they begin changing lives. Because every great nation is built one human experience at a time, one conversation at a time, one act of kindness at a time. And if we transform the experience of one citizen, we begin to transform the story of Uganda. We transform Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, customer experience is humanity in action. Thank you very much.
Let's give Shamim another round of applause. That was absolutely amazing. All right? Thank you, Shamim. David?
That was marvelous from Shamim. And ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, let me take this opportunity with all privilege to invite the president of the Customer Experience Association of Uganda, the magician of this very moment, Antonina Agatha Odiambo.
You're so evil.
Most welcome.
Thank you, David. Wow, it's a great morning. Do you agree with me?
Purchase your tracks today.
Wow. The keynote speaker, the chief guest, Patrick. Allow me to use your first names, Patrick. The special guest of the day, Punsa. All the CEOs in the room, this is your day. The customer experience practitioners and leaders here, you're welcome. The business leaders, you're welcome. The teams that support customer service behind the scenes, we see you. I'm here to say, Karibuni sana, welcome. Thank you so much for being in the room. All this has been organized by the Customer Experience Association of Uganda. I would love to take a moment to thank my board members, beginning with Joan, who is my chair, and I would request all the rest also to stand for recognition. Thank you very much for nurturing us. Thank you once again. This is the team that started the association. You're special to us. Thank you. Next, I would love to introduce my marvelous team, the Customer Experience Association executives. Where are you? We want to see you. Thank you very much. I don't hear the claps from the crowd. Thank you very much, team. Some of them are welcoming the guests. I see them at the doorway. Thank you very much. Why are we here today, you may ask? It's all about how to transform customer experience, taking it to the next level throughout Uganda. And guess what? We chose specifically this person. We are so sure he does it. That is none other than Patrick Ayota himself. He has transformed customer experience. Patrick, we are honored. We are happy that you're in the room. We also went ahead and chose the very best in terms of the whole global network who understands customer experience to the best. And we brought you all the way from, I don't even know where he stays. Sometimes he's in Cameroon, sometimes in Rwanda, sometimes in Germany. My dear, we have the best in the room. Punsa, thank you very much. And lastly, just in a special way, I would love to thank the CEOs in the room. This is your day. And guess what? You're over 30 in the room. So thank you. You'd just be surprised. Some of them are just so humble, they're seated next to you. Thank you very much. Thank you to the media team. You're all here. Thank you to our partners and also to our sponsors. You will be thanked later in a special way, in the small individual way. For now, allow me to go into my presentation today. It's going to be short to give enough room for our keynote speaker. Well, the theme of the day, the future belongs to the CX-obsessed leaders. I'm sure you agree with me that the businesses today is not about the products. It's not about how you're changing dynamics, but it's about how the customers feel. So they come back over and over, and they are able to talk about you to other people. You remain in charge. The customers are loyal to you, and the end game is actually sustainable profitability. I request you go to the next. It's on this side. Okay. Thank you. That was a good breather moment. So, who are we as a Customer Experience Association? We were founded in 2023. Thank you to the team that we introduced earlier. We are not-for-profit organization, and we want to take customer experience to the next level in Uganda. What's our vision? Our vision is to be the foremost authority on customer experience in Uganda, championing best practices and fostering a culture of customer centricity. What's our mission? To empower CX professionals and organizations in Uganda to excel in delivering outstanding customer experience through innovation, knowledge sharing, and professional growth. The core values: we value excellence, we value innovation, we value collaboration, we value integrity, it's very key, and customer centricity. What is this CEO breakfast about? Why would we even say CEO? Why not any other, just say customer experience breakfast? The world has changed. Customer experience is extremely important. It's being discussed at board levels. It's being discussed at big functions in terms of making decisions, strategic levels. If you want to take your organization to the next level, I'm sure that's where we should put our eyes on. The key priorities for a visionary leader is one, make CX your number one growth strategy. You'll never go wrong. Invest in your people. EX and CX, I'm sorry, I have to repeat that. Employee experience and customer experience go hand in hand. There is no way your employees are not happy and you expect your customers to be happy. Design of the journey mapping of your customers. Understanding how they go along to actually enjoy the ride you're giving them and come back and introduce others. Use of data. It's important that as you sit at the top, you use the data to make decisions and form opinions. Building a CX ecosystem through collaborations. We see that CX these days, we have to collaborate with different departments. If it's HR, we have to. I've just talked about employee experience. If it is marketing, the reputation of the brand is actually determined by how the customers feel. When one customer writes about you on socials and it's a bad, negative comment, you're finished, and it can actually kill your business. So it's very important that visionary leaders look at that critically. I just want to talk about membership. It's very important. As the president, we have individual membership, and you can see it's just 500,000. But guess what? It comes with a lot. One, we have accredited certifications, which are actually discounted if you're a member. I would just go into details to also say we have sponsors once in a while that actually sponsor us for courses. Just recently, we had an assessment course that all our members got for free. Our trainer was from South Africa, and that was just one of them. So being a member exposes you to things you'll not even imagine. We also have inclusive affiliation with CXPA and the Customer Institute, where again, we get many trainings in that angle. Networking events like these ones, workshops and mentorship opportunities. It's very important that you actually expose yourself out there. So as a member, we encourage and have such to take us to the next level. We also have access to cut-edging research, reports, and resources. These are given to us once in a while, and this is important for us to make decisions even in our organizations. Then job listings. Of course, when you're in the association, you're able to cite what is happening out there. We actually send a lot of opportunities that are out there. Then advocacy and representation of CX professionals in Uganda. I would love to say that within the membership, we also have senior trainers or consultants who we actually use. In the room, there are many organizations that have benefited from them. They are also our partners. As Centenary Bank, we have benefited from them. Recently, they were at Housing Finance Bank. DFCU Bank has also benefited. DTB, I'm talking about banks because I know those are the ones my team have actually trained, and we can see improvement. So I would encourage you, don't look further. We have the consultants within ourselves, and maybe just to put them on the spot where you are, you can stand up. Maybe when we are given an opportunity, people can walk to you. The consultants in the room, could you stand up for recognition? Yeah, just walk to them and you'll be able to be supported. That was very key. And also, even if you don't walk to them today, we are just a call away, or you can use our emails. I'll not talk much about the corporate membership because it's somehow embedded onto the individual membership. But however, I would say that for corporate membership, you can have corporate engagements. Much as we have individual membership, if you are corporate, we are able to design things for your organization in particular. Next slide, please. Okay, the last slide. Again, leaders who observe customer experience drive, what happens to them? It's important that we know that once you have customer experience in your DNA, customer loyalty is just natural. People come to you. Organizational innovation, people believe, like if you have the employee experience well done, then the employees will be innovating to see that the customer experience is taken to the next level. And of course, that comes with sustainable profitability. Thank you very much. Before I leave the stage, I would love to say thank you so much to the teams that are here, especially my bank, Centenary Bank. It's the gold sponsor of the event. Being the president, it was very nice to hear that my very bank would be able to sponsor as I don't take it for granted, my MD. Thank you so much. And also to mention my MD was the first CEO in the room. Thank you very much. I feel supported, thank you. Okay, without any further ado, this is the moment. Drum rolls, drum rolls. I am honored, I am humbled, I am privileged. I don't know, I have dreamt of this moment. Of course, I've met with him before, but this is special. I am told that I'm supposed to invite the keynote speaker of today, none other than Patrick Ayota. Yeah, I love the drum rolls. That's the energy. That's the energy. You're most welcome. Karibu. Karibu sana. Most welcome.
Good morning. Good morning. You know, Antonina has what's called a nugu. I am not from central Uganda, but I understood what a nugu means. A nugu is like someone who doesn't wish you very well. And I'll give the reason why. Antonina has Shamim Nalwada here first, and she takes us through this trip of experience, what it is. Then Antonina comes here with a nice voice, talks about investing in the people, and then says, Patrick, come up. And I'm an accountant. Now, the question is, how do I top that? So I was thinking what I was going to do. I said, you know what I'm going to do is I need to get this audience to stop thinking about Shamim, to stop thinking about Antonina, and to think about me. But that's a hard call. So I'm going to start my sharing with you, just to introduce to you my Uganda. And then we'll go to the rest of it. So that's basically going to be the topic. But before we go to that topic, and I'm using two things. In fact, Antonina raised that wowing your customers through your people and through your processes. And Shamim also alluded to that. So let me see if I can get this to work. Are we there? So it's a short presentation covering just those areas. Can you move it forward, please? If it's not working. Good. So this is my introduction to you about this little country called Uganda. Many of you know it, but again, you don't know it. Now, many of you know Uganda is smack in the center of Africa. 3.5-hour flight to Cairo,
3.5 hour flight to Lagos, 3.5 hour flight to Johannesburg. In other words, if you're a businessman, within 3.5 hours, you'll basically serve 3/4 of Africa if you're based in this country, Uganda. A little facts that maybe many of you know, but I found that a lot of you may not know. Our national language is not English. Nor is it Luganda. It is Swahili. So for some of you who have been shunning this Swahili, please, it's our national language. An interesting thing about this, what others say about us, you won't believe what happened here. This is a document that was produced in 1946. It's called the Development Plan for Uganda by a man called Worthington. He quotes Winston Churchill, and I want to take you back 1904 when Churchill says this. Churchill says, Uganda is alive by itself, is vital. And in my view, in spite of its diseases, it ought in the course of time to become the best at the center for what it does. He finishes and says, my counsel is this to you. He's writing it in 1904. Concentrate on Uganda. In 1904, there are no roads, there are no nice houses. He comes through Uganda from South Africa all the way to Egypt and makes a conclusion. My counsel to you is this: focus on Uganda. What do you see in this country? This guy is saying this as a white man. There are no roads, there's nothing. And this is what he advises his fellow Englishmen to do, to focus on Uganda. What do you see? I know we have problems. I tell you guys that there are two things that cause dust, only two. Decay will cause dust. Have a car, put it outside, don't drive it for a while, it will begin to break down it will have dust. Have a road, don't maintain it, after a while that road will cause dust. But guess what else causes dust? Construction. The same road, as you drive through Mitiana, you see a lot of dust. But if you look deeper, there are machines working on that road. Both decay and construction cause dust. And today in this country, there is dust. So what's causing that dust? Is it decay or construction? And I dare tell you guys, it's construction. It's more construction than decay. Even in political life, when we see the tensions between NRM and NUP, it's a young country trying to figure out what needs to do with this political space. And the elements are there, and I want to persuade you that. Focus on Uganda. So he dubbed it the Pearl of Africa, and let's find out why. So this is something. This is in 2026. We won the Best Exit Destination Award in Mumbai, India. 2025 won the Global Tourism Award in Saudi Arabia. India was named that. 2024, Uganda was named the #1 tourist destination in Africa. The interesting thing that on this list, the #1 country was Switzerland. We're #4. I disagree. I think it could have been a bit lower, but I didn't write the article. But if you think about in the company, you see Switzerland #1. Actually, Sweden was #2. I think #3 was Austria. Uganda was #4. We are home of Victoria, the largest lake in Africa. We have the largest number of gorillas in the world. I know if you're from Rwanda here, sometimes you lie to the world that you have more gorillas than Ugandans. No. Our president, so long time ago, he refused to put a border post between the forests so the gorillas go back and forth without visas. You're just good at marketing those. Nile, the longest river. Of course, we have as many birds as you can think. Only in Uganda, please, you learned a story when we were growing up young. They told us, when a lion is chasing you, climb a tree. Heck, not in Uganda. Please just keep on running because we'll catch you. Rwenzori, kind of oxymoron, right at the equator, but snow on top of it. And if you look at, we the people love to work hard. We pray earnestly. We honor our traditions. We enjoy fresh cuisine. There's nowhere else where there's Luombo. We enjoy the family moments, and we dance like there is no tomorrow. You can get to and across Africa, Uganda, on Uganda Airlines. Yes, I know some of you are going to say, that airline is terrible. I'm going to tell you something. I use Uganda Airlines whenever it flies. Yes, many of you forget that Uganda Airlines is 6 years old. Which 6-year-old does not stumble, fall? Do we leave them on the ground? No, we pick the child up and they continue to grow. And that's what we are doing. You can get on the road, Entebbe Expressway. You can get on the Vanessa, maybe I've not even gone to Kalangala on a vessel like that. Take a walk, get on a boda, or just ride a bicycle. Okay? You can choose to stay at. Now we have the Marriott, Mbarara in Mbarara, Mbale Resort in Mbale, La Confidential in Aroa, or just get a simple African hut, or just go and summer camp. All that you can do in Uganda all year round. For those who love sports, go fishing, go bungee jumping, whitewater rafting. You can see our team is really good. The Nebo team, the cleaning up. We create champions in all we do. Kenyans used to be the first one in running. Now we are leaving them behind. Until recent, I think 3 days ago, President Ruto, in one of his light moments, decided to dare. Said, no, these Ugandans who are winning, these are not Ugandans. They must have come from Kenya. So we are doing something there. The business opportunities, whether it's agro processing, of course we have our oil coming through. We are trying to do manufacturing, tourism. Now they suppose the rumor that there's 31 million metric tons of gold in Uganda. We know we have some gold. We are coming. So for some of you, the Gen Zs, the future is bright for you, and of course science and technology. For some of you who don't think about the basic services, like you have now in Nakasero, a modular operating room to take care of the sick, education quite good, shopping you can go anywhere. So gentlemen and ladies, that is an introduction of my Uganda. Now hopefully, I hope I moved you from Shamim and from Antonina. Now I can get into customer experience. All right. Now, many of you know, and we've used this word a lot. We live in a world that's uncertain, full of volatility, complex, and full of ambiguity. Nothing is as clear as you think it should be. And you just see that what happens in that case, in this world, businesses die. And it doesn't matter the size. Nokia. Many of you know the story of Nokia. Nokia did nothing wrong. The CEO of Nokia, when that company was being bought by Microsoft, said we did not do anything wrong, but somehow we lost. So in business today, you don't have to do anything wrong. You just have to do nothing, and their competitors will pass you. And when you're dealing with the customers, that's critical. You can't afford not to do anything. Look at some of the biggest ones. Many of you who are a bit older than here, UTL, Uganda Telecom, at one time had the biggest savings bank. It was the largest phone company in this country and had the largest postal services. They basically dominated the telecom industry. And today is a shadow of itself. Many of you remember Crane Bank, fourth largest bank in Uganda, gone. And this was Bill Clinton. The price of doing the same old thing is far higher than the price of change. We are so scared of changing things because we are comfortable being comfortable. But in that comfort, you will die. And the idea is when you're looking at the future that's full of ambiguity, that's full of volatility, you have to rethink how you do your businesses so that you can get where you want to go. So there is nothing like a safe business. Does not matter the size, the field or history. Adapt, change, or die. And that is true of all. So now this is a story that we get through why our customers. And I'll use NSF in terms of some of the things that we've done. And as somebody said, I think, Antonita, you said, you cannot work in a vacuum. It's through people, through your processes that you have. This is today's customer. Today's customer is very, very well informed. In NSSF, all our members think they're the best, they're experts in investments. Given the opportunity, they'll take their money out of NSF and go invest it somewhere. The only evidence I have, and I challenge them, is we only took 5% of your money. And you kept 95%. Now give me the evidence that you've done much better with your 95% than I've done with the 5%. And normally, you realize that, no, they're not better managers because the data doesn't support that. Today's customer wants more than he's willing to pay. Now, we're all customers, you know that. I'd rather have more with less than what happens. Today's customer wants convenience and wants it now. The Impepe are not willing to wait. A very interesting thing happens with us is the law says, when you're 55, come for your money. The guy comes at 44. He wants his money. He said, but you can't. The law doesn't allow you. I say, I want it now. My wife is sick. And okay, every excuse you have, they want it now. Now, they want consistency and fairness. When they're dealing with the customers, they want consistent fairness. I will deal a bit with fairness. Not every person ought to be a customer. Now, you may think that kind of goes away from what you hear. So I'll give you an example. We have in our, what we told the teams at CSO downstairs when they go, a member comes and you assess that they are becoming a bit erratic. They say, I want to see the MD. Please send them to the MD. And normally by the time they walk through, I know that this member doesn't qualify for any benefit, but I'll talk to them. Because for some reason, them hearing a no from the MD makes them feel much better. So I will sit. In fact, I'll tell you, MDs, spend more time actually listening to these customers as they come. It will be amazing. So you spend 10 minutes, 15 minutes just listening, and he or she pours out her heart. There's even a point as you find out that she traveled from Masaka. She was on a bus. You know she doesn't have money to go back. MD, just get 20K, 30K. Say, no, I can't give you your benefits because you don't qualify. But this is a 30K, go back home. She goes back smiling. She didn't get what she needed, but she can go back home because you don't want to stay in your office. But also there's a point where some come and they become really erratic. I've had to call security on a couple of members because at that point, they're becoming more disruptive, even after listening to them at the door. And so this fairness thing, and even the customer knows that I'm being unfair. Because if you don't qualify, why are you making a scene? And that fairness thing comes through very much, and the consistency with which we do it matters. Yes, I think Shamin talked about it. It's very opinionated and connected. They write about you anytime. They threaten us and I'm going to go to the media. You didn't give us my benefit. Recently, there was some article in the media. This guy claimed that we had collected his 15 million shillings and only gave him 1.5. And we have refused to give him 13.5. Totally fabricated story. Picked up by a journalist who writes on it. But what we now learned is don't respond to everything. Sometimes let it die. You make the mistake of trying to defend you, you just resurrect ghosts. Let it be. So for me, what has helped me that my LinkedIn account, my Twitter account, my Facebook account is managed by to remove the emotion is managed by the marketing department. So once in a while, I just walk and say, hey, Victor, banvumie, tiasebo, bakuvumie Joe. But because it was yesterday and I didn't read it, I don't have to react to it. Say, but what are they talking today? They've moved on. So, so you don't have to react because that's going. But they're very opinionated in terms of what they do. Now, they have many suitors. Everybody is trying to woo your customer. When we had the monopoly over mandatory, pretty much you didn't have a choice. You have to send your money to NSSF. But now NSSF has ventured into voluntary space. So we are competing with the unit trusts. And so the smart life savers, the unit trust people are coming for them. And that's very true for everything you do. There are many people look for your customer and willing to offer them better service than you have. They have many choices. So the point of it is, even as a member, these things work together. So this is your today's customer. And the question is, if we mishandle that customer, they will take their business away, and that will kill our business. And it's very, very true of that we have to figure it out. Okay, finding new customers. And this is one thing. What is your value proposition to your customer? What do you promise your customers? You may not promise them the moon. What do you promise as a business? Is it availability of the products, accessibility, speed of service? Is it the quality? Whatever it is, what is it that you promise the customer? The fund will promise you three things. As embedded in everything we do. The first thing is safety. And that was informed a very interesting thing. Back then, around 2012, 2013, after the scandal the fund had gone through, no member of the fund believed that the money was theirs, or the money was there. So our first incident, our first proposition, our first promise to the member is, your money is there and is safe. Both the physical safety and the preservation of value. It informs where we invest, because to us, we made a decision back then that we are going to pay a member at least 2 percentage points above inflation. Last year we paid 13.5%. Inflation was 4.5. So we paid roughly around 9 percentage points higher than we intended to, or we had planned for. So that becomes critical, because then we preserve your value. And with the time, you've come to believe that actually your money in NSSF is safe. We get a lot of things. So it's, where have you invested? So we bought Uganda government bonds. Is our money safe? It's the safest instrument we can put your money in. Safer than that little hut you want to build. You know those little buildings. You have 100 million shillings. You want to put up this little, musicos. Guys, don't buy a bond. It's much easier. Talk to your bank. You'll find that those things happen. So with the time that has come through, so we promise one thing, safety. It informs our internal audits, our processes, our controls. Because one thing that we are so good with the employees, but also they know they mess up, they are fired that day. They'll be fired. To find that you got money to process a transaction that's for free, you'll be fired. I mean, we don't even compromise on that. Because the point of it is, if the member thinks that he has to pay money to get a service, we then dilute the safety promise we've given to our member. The second thing we promise our members, convenience. It informs the technology we buy. Right now, we are come to the point where you can access us, initiate transactions from your bedroom, wherever. As long as you have a need, you don't even need to come to the branch. And we learned, we did benchmark with banks. Because, guys, one day when we were trying to, and I'll tell you what our strategy was. We said we will pay benefits, especially age benefit, when you're 55. We'll pay it in 1 day. At that point, we were paying in 36 days. People said, no, you're crazy, guys. How can you think that you can pay a benefit in 1 day? I'm a banker, so I went to the banks. Say, if you put your money in the morning on your account, how long does it take before you can withdraw that money on an ATM machine? That's 5 minutes later, 3 minutes later, you can come. I've had your money for 25 years. I know when you're going to turn 55. I know where you live. I know where you work. Surely. Why should it even take me 1 day to pay your money? I can even begin processing 30 days minus tea time. The day you turn 55, I call you. Do you want it now? Or do you want to wait? And you benchmark against the best. And one of the things that sometimes we make a mistake is, like if you're a bank, you want to benchmark with another bank. That's okay. The only problem is if all of you are drafts, why are you comparing yourself to each other? You have a problem. For our customer service, so for us, for efficiency, we went to the banks and informed what we do with the customers and the process we have. For customer service, you won't really believe who went, and I'm not ashamed to talk about it, we went to CJ, Cafe Javas. they've just got something right. You know that if you go to a Cafe Javas in Entebbe, you go to where they are here in Lugogo, you go where the portions are about the same. They'll tell you to come in 11 minutes. It will come in 11 minutes. The pricing about the same. You know what to expect, and they are good. And they develop such a good customer loyalty that 2 years ago, when one customer complained that they had seen, was it a rat? Or what? Everybody rose up in arms and abused the person. Leave our Cafe Javas alone. Becky, where is Rebecca is here. Rebecca was our customer service champion. She's there. She led the team to go to Cafe Javas. How do they do it? And that's where you'll go now when you go to our branch. It doesn't matter whether the branch is in Moroto, it is in Arua, it's in Kampala. The ambience, the look, the feel, the service you get is the same. Learning lessons from the things that we did along the way. So what is your promise to your members? So it was safety, convenience. The last one was empowerment. Empowerment we couldn't do. Because one of the things we realized, and I'm going to give an example with Mr. Biekwas is there. I talk about Centenary Bank with this example because then you realize really it matters. This thing called empowerment. So empowerment is, we have somebody's 200 million shillings. He is 49. His wife is in ICU. He needs money to take that wife an operation. We can't give him the money because the law never made a provision for that. Now you may say, but why can't you be kind? Because the moment I do that, I become unlawful. And I've sabotaged the safety promise to the members that, that's why they just break rules. We're just in discipline. That's what they will tell. So there is a customer who came. And I use this example for Centenary. So you can actually understand something that really you can do which makes a lot of sense. So he was 49 years and I think 2 months. So he had 10 months before he could qualify for his benefit. We have a benefit when you turn 15, you've been out of work for 1 year, you can come get your money. He had a mortgage with Centenary Bank. I think the mortgage was 36 million shillings. He had a balance with us, 73 million shillings. Centenary is foreclosing on his house. He came. He wants his money so he can settle Centenary. But we can't give him the money because the law doesn't allow us to. I call Mr. Cassie, the outgoing CEO. I say, Mr. Cassie, I have your customer here. This guy, knowing banking, you're going to begin this foreclosure process. It will take you 1 year. But in 1 year, he's going to get his money. Why don't you freeze the collection effort, let the interest continue to accrue? In 10 months' time, he will get his money. Mr. Cassie, Patrick, that's very good. Okay, I'm going to send you a form so we can put a lien on his retirement account. I said, no, sorry, Mr. Cassie, the law doesn't allow you to put a lien on a retirement fund. So, hey, so what are we going to do? I said, let's ask him to write a letter to us, instructing us that when he becomes eligible, we'll send that money to Centenary Bank. The guy wrote the letter. I think Mr. Cassie forgot about it. I also forgot about it. But along the way, we were worried, hey, this guy could send us another instruction that, hey, when my money comes, send it to Stanchart. Then we are cooked. But I forgot about it. Interestingly enough, the guy comes at the beginning of last year with his wife. He brought me a nice cup. He said, do you remember me? I said, no, I don't remember you. I said, so he explained. I said, I said, yeah. So for sure, the bank froze. The owner, the word froze the collection effort. At the end of the year, when we declared the interest, which was around now October when he got, because of accrued interest, that money had gone from, his liability had gone from 36 million to around 45 million shillings. But because we had declared interest, his balance had gone from 73 to 88. And he was able to pay off his deal. I tell you that because that showed you why we needed this thing called empowerment. How can we help Ugandans save a bit more that informed the voluntary savings because it's more flexible. If somebody's in trouble, he can get it and so on. But also brings something else. That now, one of the things that you have to do with the customer is, what are you offering? And you may wonder that you may not be able to offer things by yourself. That's meaning collaborations. Do you know who else is offering a certain service that you can refer your customers to? Because you may not be able to solve it by yourself. And you need collaborations to help you do that so that you can offer that customer service to the member. Interestingly enough, and this was spoken by Shamina and Andy, look at that. 92% of the consumers trust word of mouth. So what do your customers say about you? Do you even know? Have you even tried to find what they say about you? Do you know what your customers are saying about you? Do you know who influences your customer behavior? Do you talk or ask your customers? We have a little thing we do in the fund when you come and when the customer is getting within, like, it's a 5-second thing. Many of you have been on Emirates flight, yeah? As the Emirates flight is about to land in Dubai, there is this screen that pops up. There are 5 questions. How was the meal? You put a smiley face, a miserable face, whatever it is. In 3 seconds, you've given them feedback. And in the world of marketing, that instant feedback is more critical than the customer survey you're going to take. Because for us, when we do customer surveys, some members have never been to the fund. The guy says, shoot, I'm not going to see that man until I'm 55. So he never comes and doesn't know what is going on with the services. But these instant feedbacks are critical. So do you know what your customers are saying? Are you listening to them? Because that word of mouth is important. It is said that people are more likely to tell 5 other people when there's a bad news than tell one person when there's good news. So what are your customers saying about you? Because you need to keep them and you need to see what they have to do. All right, I think that's fine. So do you know your customers? And this is the second part. Do you know your customers' business or pain points? Because the way you're going to keep your customer, remember why they came. Remember what you promised them. Number 2, can you help customers grow your businesses? Especially you guys in the banks. Let me say you have this customer who has been banking with you for a while. Have you ever known what business they have? Have you ever known that, okay, but this guy has a supply. He can supply you some of these things, and I can connect you because he's also my customer. And in the process, you help the customer grow their business. If you do that, that customer will never leave you. Let me turn around. The best example again is, to me, Centenary Bank is a classic case, is a Harvard case study on brand loyalty. So I'll tell you my experience. Because when Centenary Bank starts banking, they went where no other bank was going to go. They kind of went to where the demographic picture was the low class were not even about to. But then they built a loyalty that's amazing. I'm working with the ABSA. I'm in Tororo. So the ABSA branch is right almost across Centenary Bank. It is Sunday. And people are lining up to get on the ATM for Centenary. So where the line comes, the road, then the candle goes back. And then, so on a Sunday, they're waiting to access the ATM machine. Across Barclays, I want to say ABSA, there's nobody, there is no line. So I went and told, why don't you come and you open up an account in Barclays? The guy thought I was being sacrilegious. Said, is there something wrong with you? In fact, he told me that, Papa, it was a very interesting thing. He was very irate. How do I dare tell him to go open a branch in there? So because along the way, Centenary now is able to meet these customers, help them grow their businesses, go forward. If you remember guys, and Centenary got it right. They didn't care about the fancy things, okay? You want to go to air conditioning, nice cushion, carpet, you go to Stanbic, you got Stanchart, that was fine. Centenary said, no. They want to come, let them come. They will park in the parking hall, but they got service. That they wouldn't get anywhere. And if you know your customers, you will need to know what's important to them. Sometimes we are giving customers something that they don't care for, they don't need. And that's why Centenary grew, has the largest customer base in the country. But they're able to do that. And I think the other guys who did that was actually Equity. Equity had the same model, just looking at the people there, and then they grew together in that help the customers grow their businesses, and then help your customers solve their pain points. I gave an example here. One of the things that we've done at the fund, and I'll give just two things. High Innovator. High Innovator for us was, if you look at the trending for membership in the country is not creating enough jobs. And as you guys are beginning to retire, you're taking more and more of your money out. So the rate of benefit payments is outpacing the rate of contributions coming in. We did an extrapolation that if we don't do anything 4 years ago, by 2031, the amount of benefits we are paying is the same as the amount of contributions coming in, which means we've begun to die. By 2042, we are dead. So we said we can't sit back and wait for the economy to create jobs. So then we began this thing of, let's look at SMEs, early stage, and let's invest some money in them. And invested 538 startups over the last 3.5 years, 33,000 jobs created. We know there are members, they've so far saved 2.9 billion shillings. Creating your own members because we are solving a pain point for them. So you can see this thing with the customers, it's amazing. Don't look at the current, what value of the customer. Understand, because the potential of that customer is what you want to figure out and see how do you grow with that customers. The problem with us, especially in the banking sector, we want to make the deal now. We don't want to grow with you. I know you have targets, but why isn't some of those targets capturing long-term growth? So somebody can come with you and you grow with them as you go through that. Namuco, we are doing the same thing in agriculture so that farmers can save with us in the process, trying to bring value. So it's all about bringing value to your customers. Can they say you brought them value, and what value is that? Remember the thing that Shamin and Antonetta said, this thing is the perception of the customer that you're actually useful to them. You bring value to their business, to their lives. Can they say that about you? Because when they do, they will remain loyal. You're not going to serve this customer by you. Your people are the ones who meet and serve customers. How have you equipped them? So I want to just talk about people. I think you invest in your people and not in technology. If you do not invest in your people, forget it. There was a school of thought between Richard Branson, who you know was the CEO, the founder of Virgin Atlantic. His theory was interesting. Forget customers. Focus on staff, because he said, if you treat your staff well, they'll treat your customers well. And that correlation is still there. So the thing is, how do you treat your people? Are they that free that they can come to you? Okay? So we guys, now this is some of the things that we found motivated people, and I'll just give something. Clear strategy and expectations. Do they know where you're going? NSF, in 2015, we created a strategy. I can summarize the strategy of that fund. We call it Vision 2020. A simple strategy. Say, if we treat our people well, and I know, we'll know we are treating them well by looking at the customer satisfaction. At that point, it was, I think, 69%. If it comes to 95%, because we're ticking the right boxes with them, and we give them efficient tools to make them efficient, so we can pay benefits in one day, they'll wow our customers. And our customer satisfaction rate will go from 70 to 95%. And when they do that, our customers will give us money and grow the balance sheet to 20 trillion shillings from 5.5 trillion shillings. That's a summary of our strategy. We call it 95-1, 95-20. Even the driver knew it. That's where we're going in 2025. As it got embedded in that. Now, the most interesting thing is, when we said that in 2015, now each year we assess to just determine, is this still correct? Deal with your people, give them the tools, they will wow the customers, and the customer will give you money. When we did that, we did not know there was going to be COVID. In fact, the board told us, you are saying you want to grow the fund from 5.5 trillion to 20 trillion? Are you crazy? It took the fund 30 years to come to 5.5 trillion, and you can triple the fund in 10 years. And we said, well, if we do the things the same way we've been doing, yeah, we'll never be 20 trillion. We didn't know there was going to be COVID. We did not know there was going to be parliamentary hearing, which, as you know, took us through the rags and demotivated a lot of staff. We did not know the law was going to change, and this thing called midterm was going to come, and 600 billion shillings a year more leaving the fund. But because the strategy was clear, we hit 20 trillion January 2024, 18 months ahead of schedule. At the end of June 2026, we are 26 trillion. We are 6 trillion shillings more than we had. Now, if I just take that story, so 2 years ago, we began doing the Vision 2035. Now we have got 3 strategic objectives. We call it 50, 80, 95. 50, 150% coverage for every Ugandan. That's why we are getting into agriculture. 80, we want to build the balance sheet to 80 trillion shillings from 26 trillion. And then we want to hit, doing that without leaving the service levels. All our stakeholders, whether it's customers, staff, 95%. So it is 50, 80, 95. That's our Vision 2035. What has surprised us is this is the first year of that strategy. So we expected to hit, our budget was 29 trillion shillings by the end of June 2026. We've ended at 32 trillion. And it's just, so what's my point? Once you have a clear strategy and your people believe in it, you'll be there. Supportive work environment. This one here, guys, you actually, if you see here, you are responsible for that. They say people work for companies, but many times people work for their bosses. How are you helping your bosses? How are you helping your subordinates treat your staff well? When COVID came, we had an IT strategy that we're going to have what we call, our IT was supposed to deliver the following, what we call ubiquity, that service on any device at any time. Number 2, straight-through processing, less human touch. Number 3, we call it self-service. So that would be simple enough that people can save them. So we began on that journey. When COVID comes, we close. But then about 2 weeks later, 80% of our staff are working from home because they're using the technology we had. The biggest problem we had was the mid-level managers. What we found the mid-level managers had been doing was, hey, Patrick, you're supposed to be here at 8. You came at 8:15. Negwe, I don't see you at your desk. You know the typical things, eh? Mid-level are managing. This guy is now home. You can't ask him that. He's at home. So quickly, our middle-level managers began to know how to manage by results. It's not how long that employee has been there or what time he came in. Have you defined your results properly that he can deliver it wherever he has? That's why in the fund today with us, we still work from home. So we have actually we call 2-3. Negotiate with them, and you can work from home as long as our targets are met. Because your presence is not what makes the work work. And guess who is benefited the most out of that? That's why our ladies, she basically now she has time to can be around her kids, she can be what, and she still delivers what needs to be delivered. So how does it shape the things that they work? How do you have your work environment to support what people are doing? Fair reward and consequence. Rewards are important. Nobody's happy with the salaries. Everybody thinks they should earn more than they are earning. And I can tell you something. If you look across your neighbor, yes, somebody's earning more money than you, and you get bent out of shape because you think you should be earning more. But what has to happen is for us to make sure that that reward you're getting is fair. People will know they've worked for it. I tell people, do not measure effort. If we ever talk about people management, don't measure effort is useless. We had man, I've been working so hard. So what? And you can see people who are busy, and you reward them for being busy. So part of your way you deal with your members, have you defined your targets in such a way that there is no ambiguity? It even takes away the thing about bias, about subjectivity. Because if you are supposed to deliver 2 and you delivered 1, we can't argue much about it. You're an underperformer. If you're supposed to deliver 2, you deliver the 3, you're an overachiever. Easy. And by the way, everything can be measured. Don't buy something that people tell you you can't. So I'll give you an example. Our marketing department. So what, if you remember building a brand, and Shamim talked about it, Antonina talked about it. Building a brand, people view of your company 3 years from now is dependent on what they see today, what they hear about you, what they read about you. Those 3 things. If they read about you, consider for negative things the next 1 year, in 2 years' time, your brand is in the dogs. If they see, so what you do is to guard that. So what we did in the fund is, okay, so we have a measure. Every month, we call it tonality. Tonality, when we look at the entire media space, whether it is social media, whether it is print media, whether it is, the question is, okay, what are they saying about NSF? Is it positive, negative, or neutral? And Ipsos monitors that for us. So we told the marketing department, your target is to deliver a 90% tonality rate. I said, no, you people. You go there and mess up and then you think me I need to clean up. I said, no. So no, your job is this. Make sure you know every editor of every paper, every news, every radio, every news media. So that when they're going to write a story about NSF, let them have the courtesy to call you that, hey, we are going to write this story about you. Ask them that you need to have a rebuttal. Either write on that same page or write the next day. So today you read a story about NSF, which is terrible. Next day you're most likely going to see a story from NSF rebutting that story. What I did, I just made that story neutral. Altogether. Because you read it, you're doubting, you read the mind and say, okay, now I understand. So I've just made that story neutral. The editor is still doing his job. I didn't influence him. Just say, I need to have a chance to respond, which is really the right journalism standard you need to have. Now imagine if I can cancel every negative story that way. Surely, all my CSR, all the good things I do, I show here that you write about me, all those are positives. I will hit 90%. And that's how we managed to build that brand over time because of those things that we did in the area. Open up communication. Guys, I don't know how open you are. We run an open door policy in the fund. My office is open. Somebody can come, a staff can come from down the pathway and have an idea. And they can tell me the idea. They are near the ground. Do they ever have a chance to come to you? Can they come to you? Can they talk with you? Or you as a CEO, you're so enclosed you don't see. And they're the best ideas are down there. Now there's a bit of an interesting thing that, okay, so the guy comes to Patrick, I have this idea. So my first question is, did you talk to your supervisor? I say, yeah, I talked to the supervisor, but he didn't seem to be very enthusiastic. So we said, okay, tell me. Now, you may hear it, and actually it's a good idea. Now, the thing is, both of us, both me and that staff member, we need to manage this supervisor in such a way that, I mean, there's a time, it was a 90. So we said, okay, you go back. So I go, so what I did was I went down there about an hour later. So everybody's there sitting. So I see this young man who had come, there was this idea you used to talk about. What happened to that idea? So I turned to the supervisor. Have you heard about this idea? No, this guy can't say he has not. Yeah, I've heard about it. Say, you guys talk about it. Come, let's discuss it. Now suddenly, the supervisor owns the idea. I preserved his responsibility. I did not undermine him, but the idea flew. And you have to figure out ways of doing this so that it's done. Opportunity to grow, give them a grow, and then work that's meaningful. Work that's meaningful is important because that's there. But let me not make that. I think that I just want to share with you just a little bit. I think I've already talked about this in terms of what we needed to do. Performance as measured is rewarded. Performance as delivered. So we rewarded our people. We embedded, by the way, we embedded our bonus in the staff handbook. So everybody knew if you hit this target, it was there. Nothing, we didn't play games around it. People knew what it was in terms of what they need to do. So okay, this was now a handbook in terms of salary, bonus, whatever it was. For example, A+. If you got an A+, basically, that was 3 times your monthly salary as a bonus. In the staff handbook, we say that. Now, people work for bonuses. They don't work for salary increments. That's what we. Our year ends. No, our year ends June. And what you do is the pot of the bonus, the overall pot, of course, is driven a lot by the financial results, because when I'm paying you a bonus, I can't pay you with the paper. I need to pay you with cash. But it's how you define the A plus the A. This is NSF. NSF, if you are supposed to deliver 2, and you delivered 2, it means you delivered 100%. It's a B. Because we pay you to deliver what we agreed on. It's a B. It's not an A. Now, when you look about when we're going through school, when somebody says an A, you thought 100% is an A. No, it's a B. Now, if you exceed some of the targets we get, now you move into A. You're supposed to deliver 9, you delivered 10. Now you're into A territory. But suppose you delivered 15, now you're in A plus territory. And it's just that, and it's what work, like it's nuts, and it's across the board. Now, if you use this well and you begin to put weights on customer service, imagine that. So you say, you know what? With us, we have 4 perspectives. We have the staff, we have the processes, we have the customer, we have financials. The year we want to drive customer behavior, we weigh the customer behavior higher. Even the driver, when he's carrying in that car, you are their customer, you rate them. How are they driving this car? Do you reach there and you're so stressed you can't serve people because it was being reckless? And it permeates across in terms of what you do. So then using that to drive reward. We made work fun. I don't know whether any of you can recognize, there's this young man there, I think in the middle there is me. Some of our people, that's Justice Wabwire when he was still with us. We're in Mombasa here. We paid our own way to Mombasa for Team Buell event. And people paid. Saved for 6 months, then went to Mombasa. And that's basically to have fun. Happy employees. Mm-hmm. Here is our IT department, if you ever come in our IT department. This guy was interesting. So he comes to me and says, Patrick, we want to have a pool table. I say, okay, fine. So we put a pool table. He comes back a month later, we want to have a fridge. So we say, okay, let's get the fridge. In my mind, the fridge is going to have soda. He comes back, can we have some booze in the fridge? And I'm saying, how do we explain this? That there is what? Booze. But then so we all agreed, we worked through it. Okay, you don't open that fridge until 5 p.m. during the time. You won't believe how many people we hired, because every Friday the IT department had what was called Thank God's Friday. A big party. All these young people would invite their friends and so on, and they'd have a party. Then the kids who came would say, this is where I need to work. And we just got new IT people because of the environment that we created. So then the only thing I had to do was, what I needed to do was, so each time you come to me, there was a time when the Minister Kasaija came to my office. The first thing I do is say, let me take you to our IT department, see how we manage young people nowadays. I show him the fridge, I show him see this is how you need to do this in your department. Just so he doesn't have that. So to what extent and this was created by them in terms of things that they needed to do. This was an interesting story from Ginger. Our largest contributor in Ginger is the Catholic Church. So the branch manager in Ginger goes and talks to the priest. It was coming towards Easter. Say, you know what? We want to volunteer to be ushers on Easter Day as NSF branch. Nobody told him. They go. And many of you know that the Catholics don't shy away from wine, so they bought wine, brought it, and they served the people. Then the priest announced that, because we set up tents outside. You know, most Catholic services are 1 hour, and you're done. So the priest announced, as you're leaving today, please make sure you go to stop by the NSF tent, see what you have. Those guys did not live there until 7 p.m. People were shocked. They actually had money in the fund. They were checking their balances, they were hollering, they were whooping, they were yelling. It was just, but nobody told the branch manager, you need to do that. On their own said, you know what, we can provide this service to our people. So how well do you allow your guys to do that so that they can actually, because that's where the creativity comes as we do that. Of course, I'll just talk about the technology and the processes. I think that is something that you need. If you're not really in the technology world, goodness me, you'll be behind. Every kid, 60%, I think no, 60% of Ugandans have a mobile phone. They have a phone. So if at the basic level you can't utilize that to deliver your services, that becomes them. And nowadays with AI is no longer just, I pity people who are teachers nowadays because people are writing essays using AI. How do you detect it? It's difficult, but they're doing that. So now your business, what processes do you have in place? What are the things, and you guys in the bank will know that. A very interesting thing. When somebody comes and brings a check to you, and the check is for 5 million shillings, how many signatures do you need on that check before that client is paid? The teller will get it, then call the manager to sign on it, and then somebody else may come before they give them cash. Correct? If the guy went to the ATM machine, who does he talk to? It's him and the machine. So why do you trust the ATM machine that there is no signature you require, and yet he needs 3 signatures to cash the same amount of check? Can we rethink our processes? Because if we do, it becomes exciting. Because you think about that. The ATM is me and the machine. Nobody's there. Anyway, so I think I'm just going to finish up now. The point is, guys, that customer is important. The same old thinking, the same old results. Can we dare to think outside the box? Because it's only when we do that that we'll be able to get it. So finally, when you look at the results that we'll talk about, this is kind of value we've created over the last 10 years. Those are our revenue numbers, 3.5 trillion last year. Look at our cost base, almost flat. And look at the interest we've given you, 2.7 trillion shillings. In other words, we only spent 230 billion, but gave the member 2.7 trillion shillings. The cost base has not gone up. People just working a little smarter. I tell guys, NSF has 800 people, has 600 people. Think about this. If 600 people, each of them put in a 2% effort, increase in effort, the impact is 1,200% on the operation of the company. Think about you, your businesses. You have 1,000 employees. Suppose each of them just put 1% more. That's 1,000%, as long as they're all facing the same direction. That strategy becomes the north, the true north that guides everybody to go there. This one is interesting. 2022, we had 58,000 members. They all held 613 billion shillings. 58,000 members who were eligible to take their money. Over the age of 55, they chose to leave it in the fund. As of last year, actually this year, that number has gone to 82,000 members. They are holding about 1 trillion shillings. They've chosen to leave it with the fund, which tells me something that at least that value proposition called safety, they believe in it, and they've stayed and so on. So on that note, I think I will, this one, we have already gone through this. I'm not going to spend, okay, I think I've already talked about that. So guys, thank you very much. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Ayota. I request you to remain at the stage, please. Yes, let's stand. Give him a standing ovation. Thank you, thank you. Well done, well done, well done. You may take your seats. Mr. Ayota, that was very inspiring, interesting, and a unique explanation about Uganda. There's one unique product in Uganda that makes round globally. That is the Rolex. Recently, a smart Ugandan man in Berlin made a mobile cafe and went to the street and sold Rolex. The line was from here to the park, the old taxi park. Everybody ate Rolex. So I think that's one unique one. By the way, I'm a testimony of Smart Life, a product of NSSF. That's a very, very good product. That's something you have to talk about. You mentioned some people come and take all their money. Your customer care team at NSSF is doing a good job of interesting those who want to take their money to actually use Smart Life to better manage. So that's something very, very unique. And encourage your teams also to do that as they leave employment. Many people clapped when you talked about Thank God It's Friday. I saw their faces. That unique product you have in the office for the IT team. I encourage you to take it on. But of course, it's a good one. And of course, we always follow the leader. Centenary Bank, thank you, but everybody follows the leader. And yes, everybody else is in that space as well. So thank you all, the banks. You're doing so well in that space. We're going to have 2 or 3 questions from the audience. And my colleague, Sanyu, is ready. So if you have a question or a contribution, please quickly put up your hand and they will get you the microphone so that we give a chance for this interaction with our keynote speaker, Mr. Ayota. Somebody has a question? Yes, there's a hand up there. Sanyu, please. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Name Namtebi Shamira, CEO of Mirameto Fabrications, where we empower women and the youth into metal fabrication. I'm a lawyer by profession and an engineer by passion. Thank you so much, Patrick, for your informative discussion or presentation. You talked about what motivates customers or people, and you brought out the fact that there is a direct connection between satisfaction of the staff and the client. I'm handling a group of, I deal with vulnerable women and also the youth, who are most of them uninformed. These are the people who never saw the board. But from what you've shared, how we can motivate them, I've appreciated them, but it's a little bit hard to such a team. I have a team which is on and off, because some of them are interns from different institutions. I have a group of women, some of them are into prostitution. Some of the youths are crime victims, something like that. I'm trying to reform them as well. So from what I've seen here, you do the motivation, you do the recognition, you do the appreciation, you do all that, but most of the time it's not working out. So I've seen like as if this kind of motivation is suitable for organized institutions or people who are informed, like who have gone to school. So I don't know what kind of advice you can give to people like us who deal with such people. Thank you so much.
Maybe we take the second one, and then you will then have a moment to respond. Oh, it's right there, yes.
Thank you very much, MC. Thank you, Patrick, for the presentation. My name is Rita Naluyinda. I work for Cairo Bank, Uganda. And my question is, what would you say to an organization that has appreciated the presentation, desire to take on customer experience in the perspective of employee experience, but maybe if I'm to equate it to a plane, they're still fastening their seatbelts. They're not yet on the runway, maybe not yet ready to take off. What are simple, practical things that such an organization can do to be ready for the long haul without losing track along the way? Thank you.
Yeah, you can take on those.
Thank you, Shamira. I think one of the things I mentioned, but I may have just mentioned in passing, is there's also when you look at the current generation of millennials, one of the things they look for is what we call meaningful work. Now, the fulfillment of the work is what they're trying to do. So yours then is interesting that you may not even have the resources to be able to pay people as much as you want to pay them. But if you can help and identify people who find love that work because it helps them change human lives, and you build it around them, you will go a long way in terms of, because like we said, if the staff are engaged, most likely they'll attract the people we need. The other thing that I'm going to say, which sometimes is a bit hard, is sometimes you want to have 100% success, when really a 10%, a 20% success is actually good enough for the line of work that you do. And the bill to identify, I've been successful with one person, with this one girl who has changed their lives, becomes a motivating factor for a lot of things. Not trying to rehabilitate the whole Uganda, the whole Kampala. You focus on the ones that you can, because it's very tough work for what you want to do. So it's just how then you apply that new. But the staff become very key, because if they're motivated to do that, they will go an extra length to help the victims and so on to come along on them. It's tough, it's not easy. So almost now goes back to almost what Rita, you said. How do you appreciate the presentation? Number one, I'm going to tell you, it took, what I'm telling you, we started in 2014. So now we are almost 13, almost 12 years from that point. It will take time. What you need is consistency. That when you embark on it, stay with it. Because we've adopted a lot of, we have no idea how many bad manners we have based on where we work from. And they've kind of, it's like we kept on layering bitumen over bitumen. That thing's not going to peel away right away. For example, corruption in this country. We've layered it over and over. It's not going to go in one day. But once you layer off, you don't go back there, and eventually you come to things. So the first thing is you go for the long haul, which means you really need to have a long-term strategy. Where are you going as an entity? Then you can build that part of customer experience as part of that journey. You won't get there in one day, but if you're consistent, sure enough, you'll get there along the path. Now, the thing is, if you work with the say, Cairo Bank, and you've got targets coming from head office, and many times those targets are kind of short-term in nature. So you have a conflict on how do you invest in a long-term project that may not yield the results right away, but down the road, and yet at the same time, you need to deliver your targets. And that's where you really have, if you have a good conversation where the board has a good conversation with us, many times we will say, okay, we'll give you 3 years to do what you need to do. We expect to get the results to come there. But you have to be very clear about it to make sure it works. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Round of applause for those questions. And we thank you. At this moment, I invite Antonina to please take on. We are going to request that you remain at the stage so that we carry on the next function, which is a recognition function. Please.
Purchase your tracks today.
Let us invite the board, Joanne, if you're here, because we're also going to have a photo moment. As you know, some of the leaders will be leaving. Punsa, if you're here, please. Rebecca.
Purchase your tracks today.
Stage. So those are some of our leaders at the customer care experience, both Uganda and global. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Patrick, our keynote speaker for today. And thank you for that inspiring talk that you've given to us and our guests today. The energy in the room is good. You brought some good energy. And of course, we're not going to back down on that. We're going to continue the energy as they're taking their photos. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment where we feel that we need to stretch a bit. And in the house, we have our very own Sukuma, who does it quite well. So let's have Sukuma take it on. And we need to stretch a bit, yeah? Yeah, let the energy keep up, yeah. Take it on, Bo.
Hi, everyone. Kindly please stand. You know, sitting is the new smoking. And smoking is never good, regardless of the feeling. Now, say hi to your neighbor as you stretch a little bit. To the right, to the left, please. It's time to smile a bit and unwind. Yes, Mr. DJ. Okay. Asi, where are you? Asi, please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. DJ, pause a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to stretch a little bit through our dance movement. Please make sure you follow my lead, okay? I'm Abdul from Sukuma Wellness, and we are all things fitness through our dance movements. DJ, let's go. Asi. Okay, just move to the side. It's okay, hold your waist mpola mpola like a baby. Come on, let's go.
I wake up early just to make things right. Run myself ragged just to see you smile. Serve you my heart on a chipped old plate. Still you count every crack.
Come on,
every
let's go.
time
Stretching your rib cage.
You say the room's too cold, the food's too late.
Come on.
Circle my flaws like it's all.
Some of us have not worked out in a year, so this is your chance and use it, Bulunji.
Begging your eyes
Now
just
give me your arms, let's go.
What can I do to make you understand?
You can sing along, it's okay,
You're
please.
the apple of my eye.
Hey.
I'm doing what I can.
Come on, let's go.
You're the rhythm in my chest when the day gets heavy. You're my sun, my moon, my everything, baby.
You need to keep your arms there. You do what I do, let's go.
What can I do to make you really see?
You realize my knees are engaged.
Every beat I've got is beating for you only. You're the apple of my eyes. My
Arms at shoulder level, please. Hey, I told you some of you have not worked out in a long time.
my everything.
Okay, now, let's go.
I wanna stay, I wanna hold your hand. Even when you pull back, say you need your pain.
Come on.
You say you're tired.
If you're not smiling, you're part of the problem.
Like you're tired of me standing there. You pick a fight just to get some space. Leave me alone with my own mistakes. I'm scared one day you won't come back, so I.
Now, everybody, this is a light moment. Give me some Michael Jackson.
What can I do to make you understand?
Yes, smile as you do.
You're the apple of my eyes. I'm doing what I can.
It's okay, now give me your key and roll it.
You're the rhythm in my chest when the day gets heavy. You're my sun, my moon, my everything, baby. Yeah.
Continue up, let's go.
What can I change so you can finally see? Every stubborn part is bending just
Now.
for you and me.
Identify one person, just one person, and then we go and dance. Challenge them. Mr. DJ, let's go for our next one. Identify one person, get to know each other the wellness way. DJ, are we ready? When I say switch, you go to another person. You switch to another person. Are we ready? Come on, let's go. Freestyle, challenge each other. Come on, let's go. Come on, people, let's go. Three, two, one, and switch, switch. Get to another person. Come on, people. 3, 2, 1, and switch. Switch, switch. Come on, people. 3, 2, 1, and switch. Switch, switch, switch. la la la. Sukuma. Sukuma. 3, 2, 1, and switch. Come on, people. Aya. Ah. 3, 2, 1, and switch. Ah la la la. Aha. Ay 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 ay. Come on, people, let's go. It is time to unwind and let's have a good time. 2, 3, 2, 1, and switch. Come on. Sukuma. Let's get to know each other. Get to know what your neighbor does. Let's support each other and give it up to the CXCA. It's the customer experience, guys. Okay, now you all face me. You all see, you all do what I do now. 3, 2, 1. Now you follow me, let's go. 1 and 2. 1 and 2. Give me a hard clap, ladies. Come on. Ay, 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 ay. And back. And front. As if you're joking, but you're very serious. Hand up. Sukuma. Aya. And back. As if you're joking, but the thing is serious, ladies and gentlemen. Aha. Come on. Okay, now you stay in one position. Let's go. Come on. Okay. Now you're going to bend all the way down. You're exercising your back, ladies and gentlemen. Keep it there, and make sure your muscles are working. And up. Okay. Switch. Aya. Two. Hold your waist, Mpola, everybody. Who told you men can't move their waists? You look at the man next to you. Come on, let's go. Okay, now faster, like a baby. Okay, DJ, let's do our last. And then we DJ our last. Okay. Now this one, just take it a little bit slow as you try to relax a bit. 2. Okay, now if you're facing me, I'm facing this side now. Let's go. 2, 3. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, let's go. Are we ready? Come on. Okay. Just step a little bit forward. If you want to take it a little bit serious. Ebinyoma bigwa byokya. Mr. DJ.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen. Hey, the transition from that mood to this one, it calls for you to get active. Yes, I run a company called Sukuma Wellness, and we are all things fitness at a workplace. Sukuma from bedroom to the boardroom. The customer experience this October is about an extra mile. Please engage your teams in these programs. Mr. Patrick, I saw the presentation. It was very powerful, but it lacked something.
Sukuma.
Sukuma for exercise so that we engage those teams, because stronger businesses and organizations need stronger bodies.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Round of applause for Sukuma, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. So you can see you have what to start on. Thank you. This is Friday, yeah? Okay. Okay, take your seats and let's go to our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, my corporate compare, Patricia. Please take it on.
Have we recovered?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Sorry. Yeah. Have recovered. Thank you so much, Sukuma. That was so much fun. So please give him a... So now let's get back to the formal aspect of our discussion today. Successful organizations understand that products can be replicated. Technology evolves rapidly and markets become increasingly competitive. Yet one factor continues to be the most valuable currency of all: customer attention. We're privileged to have an executive panel of visionary CEOs and accomplished leaders whose organizations and businesses are led by customer-first strategies and are therefore not only surviving, but thriving. It is my absolute honor to introduce our expert moderator, a truly gifted customer experience leader, for the first executive panel discussion, Mrs. Sonia Karamaji Kasaga. Let me take this opportunity to tell you who exactly Sonia is. She has 21 years of banking expertise. She's head of customer experience at Stanbic Bank Uganda. She's the member of the Customer Experience Professional Association. She serves on the Africa Customer Experience Leadership Commission and is a founding member of the Customer Experience Association of Uganda. I don't know how she does this, in addition to being a wife and a mother, but she's definitely is an expert in terms of the customer experience industry. Please put a warm welcome for our distinguished moderator. Welcome, Sam.
Purchase your tracks today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great morning, isn't it? Well, let me just say one thing. For me specifically, being on this stage, just going to have a conversation with leaders that are shaping customer experience in their different enterprises and in the industry, is such a wow moment for me. So I'm extremely pleased to be here with them. And please join me as we welcome our distinguished panelists to the stage. And I would like to start with our first panelist. And this is Miss Judy Mugoya. She's the country manager at Smart Application International Uganda and a regional director overseeing the DRC and Cameroon markets, where she leads the company's growth and digital transformation agenda while supporting regional markets. With experience spanning healthcare, insurance, and technology, Judy has been at the forefront of using digital innovation to improve customer experience at scale.
She also plays an active role in advancing Uganda's technology ecosystem through several professional bodies. So please join me as we welcome Miss Judy Mugoya. All right, so joining her on the panel is also another distinguished panelist, and he goes by the name of Mr. Stephen Asimwe, the Chief Executive Officer of the Private Sector Foundation Uganda, the country's leading voice for the private sector. Stephen brings a wealth of leadership experience spanning journalism, tourism, and business advocacy, giving him a unique perspective of what drives organizational competitiveness. He also serves on several national and regional boards that continue to shape Uganda's business environment. Please join me as we welcome Mr. Stephen Asimwe. Also with us this morning is Mr. Emmanuel Mwaka, the Chief Executive Officer of ICEL Lion Life. Emmanuel has over 15 years of leadership experience across insurance, pensions, finance, and investments, with deep expertise in helping organizations manage risk while creating long-term value for customers. His blend of technical expertise and customer trust and sustainable growth. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Emmanuel Mwaka. And to complete our distinguished panel is Mr. Godfrey Byekwaso, the Managing Director of Centenary Bank Uganda. Having taken on his role just a few months ago, he brings more than 3 decades of executive leadership across the banking sector in East and Southern Africa, including leading successful business transformation and growth initiatives. His fresh perspective, combined with extensive regional experience, makes this an exciting time to hear his thoughts on leading with customer. Please join me as we welcome Godfrey Byekwaso. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen. You will agree with me, it is such a befitting panel, right? Yeah. So a few of you in the room, as I walked in, it's so good to see familiar faces. A few of you asked me, interesting, Stanbic moderating a panel with Centenary, the giants, the 2 giants. How is that going to work? I was like, you know what? In the market field, we are competitors. But in this room, we're here to learn from each other, collaborate together, and ultimately serve the customer. And that's the beauty of customer experience, right? So I stand here proud and tall. Well, I'm not that tall, but yeah, today I'm tall. Proud and tall to say, yes, I am representing Stanbic Bank Uganda. So, distinguished panelists, it's an honor to have you here. And just like our theme for this morning and today, the future belongs to customer-obsessed leaders. And hearing from you today, lessons from leaders doing it, is a phrase that we hear very often in boardrooms, in meeting rooms, and it plays out in different industries and enterprises differently. For some, it's really about digital transformation. Others, it could be cultural transformation. Others could be, it's just a good business strategy, right? So I'd like to hear from you, and I guess I'll start with Ms. Judy Mugoya. From your perspective, Judy, if I may start with you, technology has fundamentally transformed how we're doing things today, and I think it was Patrick that mentioned the use of AI, machine learning, and all these fancy things that we hear From your perspective, what does a truly customer-obsessed organization look like?
Thank you very much, and good morning once again. Indeed, it's a pleasure to be here this morning, and to that amazing keynote address, Patrick, we say thank you. In fact, after he spoke, I was wondering, what are we going to discuss during the panel discussion? But let me give you a perspective from Smart Applications International Limited. So we are an ICT solutions company that has been able to digitize processes within the healthcare industry. Now, when you talk of customer obsession, it's about creating value. And this value can either be perceived, or maybe your customer doesn't even know it, that they need that particular value. And that's the space that we operate in. And indeed, I'm excited to be here this morning for us to just share, what does that mean? Every time we talk about technology, people think of this thing that you cannot touch, you cannot feel, and always question, but why is it this expensive? Is it actually delivering what it's supposed to deliver? But when the value is delivered on the table, that is where the differentiator comes. So therefore, for us as a technology company, anytime we are commissioned by a customer, they are trusting us to be able to put systems in place for processes either that are not very efficient, or they want to be able to impact their customers directly, create levels of convenience and access. And this is what we are actually doing in terms of just changing real-time access to information, real-time access for members. As Patrick mentioned, over 60% of Ugandans have a phone. I mean, all of us, if you forgot your phone, you'll probably go back and get it. Or you'll ask a border guy to bring it to you. But we started at a point whereby everything was so paper-based in the healthcare industry. And we saw that as a niche market. I mean, patients, when you talk of customer experience, it was more or less about looking at you and identifying you in the back end. And I'm not saying it was happening openly, but in the back end identified as that patient that has this disease, or the other patient that is, okay? So the customer experience was not being seen, but it was just a point of service. But there's a lot of paperwork that goes on, very many points of interaction. So as Smart Applications, we came in to address that niche area that required levels of digitization, automation of processes, ensuring that we had levels of efficiency, and be able to also co-create with our customers. Because if you're dealing with the paper, and there's a lot of information, today Judy's off, the other one is on, this one has delivered, it's a lot of, it's like a nightmare. And one of the things that we did discover on KYC, especially at organization level, became a real problem, and it was an eye-opener for most of the organizations to know, what is our true staff list? How many people are on it? How many dependents are actually on it? So even as they were being enrolled onto what we call a medical scheme, it began to open eyes in terms of where the gaps were in the system. So now, this has transformed from just purely a paper-based system to a completely virtual system. And that's where we have come to as Smart. And of course, the changeover, maybe I'll talk about it in a little while, but when you go fully digital, then you begin to get questions from people. But what do you mean? I can actually go to a hospital, minus anything, and I just give my member number, and the system is able to retrieve your information. Now, that's the level of trust. I'm not saying we are already there 100%, because adoption to technology also takes a bit of time when you're looking at the general public. But indeed, investing in innovation has certainly strengthened our position as Smart Applications. Allow me to just tell you a little bit about who we are. So Smart Applications is currently operating in 12 countries, and we are servicing over 1.8 million members in those 12 countries. In Uganda alone, we have installed this system in over 880 facilities in 105 districts in this country. So with over 250,000 members. So I do agree with Patrick. Are you standing with the dwarfs, or will you want to operate with the giants? So indeed, we are delivering that value, because even at the level of those 880 facilities, you will find that in this day and age, a doctor or somebody, an administrator, will carry the laptop to Kampala when he's traveling. So it is an ongoing process, and that's why we talk about obsession, where you're creating value to that individual, even beyond them realizing what they actually need at that point. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Judy. That was very profound. I must say there's certain keywords that stood out for me. You spoke about co-creation, and most people think co-creation is only done within the organization, but we do co-create with customers, and I think Judy mentioned that. And the other one that stood out was really around customer value. And I'll circle back to that in a little while, but before that, let me just move straight to Mr. Stephen Asimwe. Stephen, I must say you have a unique privilege of working across Uganda's private sector, and you've engaged businesses of different sizes, shapes, and forms. And from your perspective, what does becoming a truly competitive customer experience business look like for you?
Thank you very much, Sonia, and good morning to everybody here. Again, thank you for the privilege of coming to speak to. From where I'm sitting, I think most of the people here are younger than me. I'm approaching 60, so I belong to the minority constituency in this country. And Sonia, 37 years of experience in private sector, government, and now a quasi-private and government sector. I have experienced and engaged many people. But coming in here and listening to my good friend and brother Patrick speaking, I became a student. I thought, hey, the things I've come with, this, what he's been sharing is incredible. And I think everything starts with learning. If you can't learn, you can't grow. And so I started work as early as 1989, when everything was remedial. It was analog before the technologies came. We started using computers mid-90s. So what stands out for me, of course, I started as a journalist, then moved into a private, I owned a media firm operating in 6 countries. I was CEO and editor-in-chief, and then I moved to government. I headed the Uganda Tourism Board, and now I'm at PSFU, which is a business member organization. So we handle all the entire private sector, manufacturing, financial services. I see our members here from the banks, ICT, agriculture, energy, tourism. We now even have the creative sector. So you really interface with, our membership is about 340 business organizations, but largely associations. So on a daily, I'm in office by 6, ending till late, interface with people. I'll just borrow an example back in my days at the tourism board. So tourism is we sell one thing. We sell an experience. The experience has 5 senses. You know the 5 senses? Touch, smell, hearing, taste. Others have 6 senses and 7, but that's for another discussion. So we did a survey and I'll just borrow from Patrick, we have to measure the experience of a traveler from America, from Europe, from South America. They come to Uganda, spend an 11-day itinerary, and so at the end of the trip, just as they are about to board the plane, we would send out, back in my days, we didn't have the electronics, a flyer, and they were asking about how the experience was, the gorillas, the Murchison Falls, the source of the Nile, the whatever, the food, etc. And because for us at UTB, we were saying the experience in the context that we know. Did you like the gorillas, the silverback, source of the Nile, bungee jumping? Yeah? 90% of the survey results mentioned one thing. 90% of the tourists who came out of Uganda said that Uganda is a beautiful country, no doubt. Landscape, the wildlife, the one thing that scored highest was people. Ugandans are fantastic people. And this is something that, so when we would be in these international travel fairs, people would be selling landscape, this. The one thing that people would come to our stand in Uganda, the Uganda tourism stand, was, you guys are good people. And that, for me, taught me something very interesting. That this thing called customer service or customer-centric is about being human to the person you interact with, the person you interface with. And therefore, for me, my general overarching issue that Patrick was talking about earlier is, if you notice, even the systems, electronic, is it a people-centered? You have to touch the core of the person. This person you're interfacing with, and regardless of who they are, CEO, sweeper, if you treat people very well, you will attract the long lines that Patrick was talking about in Tororo. So, I'll give you another example, Sonia, if you don't mind. We did another survey about the customer-centric, and this time we went to the health sector. So you enter a doctor's room, and the doctor receives you. So he says, good morning, Sonia. And Sonia says, how are you? He says, I am fine. And says, how can I help you? And then Sonia says, I am about to die. So the Ugandan psyche is, you first are human, then you come to the problem. I mean, you are here at a doctor's place and he's asking you, how are you? So the instinct is the traditional, Oriota Divurunji. Then the next thing is, how can I help you? You know, my back is killing me. So I think we must give the customer a human touch first. The moment you receive somebody well, they feel at ease, and in fact, then you are able to deliver a service. And let me tell you something. In life, we sell impressions. There are 3 impressions on earth. There is the first impression, when you meet somebody first. Okay? All of you know the day you started secondary school, I presume. Or when you first entered an aeroplane, if you have. The second impression we sell is the last impression. You all remember the day you left that place which tortured you the most, isn't it? Last impression. But the one thing that you must be very careful is the last one, which is called the lasting impression. You must make a mark on all those 3, but the most important is the lasting impression. How were you treated? That impression is so good that it stays with you. Now, there are two types of impressions. There's a good and a bad. And I'll conclude. How many of you remember the person who bullied you in school? I still do. The guy who bullied me was so bad that I even remember that he was wearing a certain perfume called Old Spice. And every time I enter a supermarket and I see Old Spice perfume, it reminds me of the bully. Now, if you bring that into a business context, it actually tells you and teaches us that, and really this is primary remedial, and Patrick expounded scientifically, is if you treat people well, they become repeat customers. I'll conclude with a young man who helped me in a bank. I was servicing a loan. I won't mention which bank, but I will tell you the context, because he changed 3 banks and I moved with him all the 3 times. I migrated my account. That guy was so good that he even massaged you to pay money when you didn't have it. And he's worked in the banks that are here. I don't know where he is now. I don't see him much. But guys, a repeat customer is that customer you treat well. They come back, but they also come back with friends, and they give you business. I'm going to really talk I've talked in the context of my 37 years, my experience, and the fact that, guys, you must create a lasting impression. That lasting impression must be good. Because it is good, it brings you a repeat customer, and they come with friends, and your business thrives. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. I couldn't have said it better. I think a consistent for me was around people, and indeed, people are our biggest asset and our biggest competitive advantage. I think the previous speakers have each touched on the people aspect. And also, something that also triggered was around measurement. It is until you had the survey done for you to establish that people are your biggest asset. And for me, the thing there was to say, we need to take away and say, let's measure. You know the saying, what doesn't get measured doesn't get done? So CXers in the room, measure. Please monitor, track, measure, and report. Thank you, Mr. Stephen. I will now head to Mr. Emmanuel Mwaka. And I know for sure that insurance is a business of trust. And with insurance, you sell a promise, yeah? So how is that going? Where customers are buying a promise rather than an immediate product, how does that play out? Where does customer obsession feature in insurance?
Okay, thank you very much, Sonia, and good morning, everyone. So I guess when Stephen was talking about his seniority, I was trying to ask myself, where was I when he was starting school or leaving school? So Stephen, that one, if I'm to tell you, I think I almost wanted to feel as if maybe my parents hadn't met yet. But anyway, I'm a bit older than that. Yeah, but so thanks, Sonia. And I think the thing about insurance is really boiling back down to a promise. We really do only sell a promise. And I've always told my team that the thing that they must treat with the most respect is what we call a proposal form. And this is a form, or this is a process where a client is basically stating their details and wishes. And I've told them one thing, that that form holds the hopes and ambitions of the person filling it, because they are feeling it at the moment of utmost not fragility, there's a word that has jumped out of my head, but they're feeling it at the moment when they are imagining when the worst could happen, and if the worst could happen, what best outcome would they require or would they envision at that point in time. And I tell them that, you know, when you understand that moment of weakness for the client, then you have started the journey of customer obsession, because again, as I think Shamim stated at the start, the customer is a person. If you think about the customer as a person, father, daddy, mommy, you know, sister, brother, looking after and putting all their hopes and ambitions on you through that life insurance policy. So what I have seen and what we've tried to do in light of trying to make sure that the customer obsession is lived through from the insurance perspective is to remember also that at the end of the day, if the best outcome were to happen out of the worst result, then we would be paying a claim where the person who is signing off on that proposal form and policy document is actually not there, which then means that they are trusting us to meet a promise to those that they love. And that, in a way, is supposed to help them imagine that we will meet their wildest dreams. We will meet the dreams that they've set on the piece of paper that they've signed off their let me call it dreams on. But most importantly, I think, because we sell a promise, we are only really truly tested at the time of a claim. And the challenge that I have with my team, Sonia, and for the team that's here, is that why do we have to wait to be tested at the time of a claim? Why don't we walk the journey all through? And that walking that journey goes through very simple steps of just making sure that that policy document, and we know, and I'm very sure if I was to ask a number of men in this room here, if you've ever signed a policy document and received a life insurance policy document from a company like ICA Lion, chances are high you hid it to make sure that no one sees it, because there's a joke that sometimes some of us are worth more dead than alive, but I'll not go into that. But I think the ideal thing for us in the life insurance space is to make sure that that hidden policy document takes a life of its own. And how do we do that, and what are we doing about it? We are making sure that we create milestones that ensure that we actually engage with our clientele through the life insurance journey even before the claim happens. And what we've done as a business is worked with some of the consultants here, and I was very happy to see Harriet here. And I think Patrick talked about it. Sometimes you can't measure yourself amongst dwarfs. So for us to be the giant that we are at, we needed to actually, in a way, pick a leaf or borrow a branch or the whole tree from a bank that maybe in many instances had gone head over shoulders with this customer obsession thing. And we learned a number of lessons that we're actually implementing that are just to make sure that we bring the policy alive before the claim happens, and we keep the warmth with our customer, and it actually leads to what Stephen also talked about. A lot of our customers today are customers that are coming in simply because a friend, a colleague told them that, I received a love letter from the CEO. And it was my birthday, it was a surprise. I mean, I'm not too sure how many birthday cards I sign of late, quite a number. I hope some of you here have received some of my birthday cards. If you haven't, get an insurance policy with us. Thank you.
I really like that. Thank you so much, Emmanuel. And I think for those of you who don't know, a true testament is that with ICEA, if you've gone to their website or any literature that's out there, their brand promise is very clear, and they say through every life-changing moment, we're better together. And I think he's done a good job just really showing us how that has lived through. All right. Okay, Godfrey, over to you. So we've heard about the work that Centenary Bank has done around technology, competitiveness, and trust. And we've also seen that the bank has undergone tremendous digital transformation, but while remaining, relationship-centered. So how does customer obsession come to life with a bank that is serving millions of customers?
Yeah, thank you very much, Sonia, and thank you to the CX Association for inviting me and for making us your golden sponsor. Well, if you didn't come to us, we wouldn't have been. And thank you all for coming to learn, because learning never stops. We need to continue to know, to pick from others, but also to share what we have. Yes, I think you talk about Centenary Bank, and Centenary Bank is our bank. Yes, it serves millions of people, and it's all out there across the country. And I think the question that Sonia poses is about how do we manage and how we've invested in technology, and we've made sure that we keep the trust of our customer. Yes, you know, we talk about customer experience, but we also talk about customer obsession. That it's not just about what people feel when they come to us, but also about what we do when they are not there. Because whereas people come and feel nice and go away, but for you, behind the curtains, behind the doors, what are you doing to make sure that there is that sustenance of this experience? And for us, I think first of all, we've embedded this in our promise. Because if you look at our mission, therein lies something about transformation of lives. We provide financial solutions appropriately, conveniently, but the ultimate purpose is transformation of lives. Now, if we all wake up every day and our duty is to transform lives, there is no way we are going to lose the customer, because we always ask, have I transformed somebody's life today? And you cannot transform life unless you provide that service. If you're rude to them, if you don't give them appropriate solutions, then you're not transforming their lives. So that is the starting point. But also we do recognize that the customer needs are changing, but more important is that the customer needs are also different. Because the guy who's growing a farmer in Kabale is different from an entrepreneur in Owino. It's going to be different from a teacher at the university in Gulu. It's going to be different from an employee at NSSF. Their needs are different. And therefore, as we develop the technology, as we do everything that we do, we take that in mind. Because if we just say we are going to develop technology and move with the technology without recognizing the differences that there are in the needs of the customer, then we are not going to be supporting them. So we're proud to have 82 branches. Whereas people are closing the branches, for us we are opening more. Because we know there are customers who still need to visit the branch. We have invested in technology, yes, because we know our customers need convenience. They also need technology that is also relevant to them. But also nowadays there's the issue of how secure is that technology. So all that is embedded in whatever we do, because we want to bring convenience to them, but not forgetting the human touch as well. That's why I said that, yes, we still have branches. This year we're opening 3. And people will say, but in this day and age of technology, you're opening more branches? Because we know our customers. We understand they are different, and we shall make sure that we address their needs. Now, so we're investing in technology, as you said, but we also take care of that human touch, because the human touch brings in the empathy, the human feeling, the trust that we, as banks, we sell trust. So, do people get trust in the machine? Maybe yes, because they go and it's served every day. But somehow, somewhere, they need that human element. And therefore, we are, I think, the second largest employer in this country. We are 3,500 employees, just to make sure that there is that human touch in the service that we deliver. And again, we don't look at customer experience, customer service as just a philosophy or as just a unit. We embed that in our product development, in our product design, in our recruitment, in our training, in our values. Our first value is superior customer experience. That's value number 1. And so all this helps us to make sure that we move on and serve our people well as we transform lives. Thank you.
Wonderful. I really like what you said around, a different perspective of knowing your customer. And I was reading somewhere in Europe, I think to be specific, it's in Italy. The population is, predominantly the elderly. And so one of the banks had actually, sort of tried to lean and close banking and go into digital transformation. And now they're facing a huge challenge where the elderly want to come to the branch because that is what they understand. So I clearly resonate with you and where you're coming from. I think knowing our customers, knowing the environment, and serving them at their utmost need is important. So thank you for that, Mr. Biekwaso. So I have, I think, one last round of questions before we get into your parting shots. And this is one of my favorite topics because it speaks about business value and how CX or customer experience actually creates that. And we also know that research globally has shown us that industries and enterprises that are leading in customer experience are also leading in, either it's growth in customer numbers or revenue generation, PAT, and for me that is quite significant. So to the CEOs on the stage, I want to pose a question, and I'll start with you, Judy, sorry. So when you think about, as a CEO, what do you expect your customer experience leader to do differently so that we, as leaders in the room, can improve business performance? Because many times you hear about customer satisfaction, measurement, we're talking all these fancy terms, but ultimately, I'll tell you, success is seen and determined by the business performance, yeah? At the end of the year, everyone wants to see the Benjamins, like we call them, yeah? The dollars, the UGX. So how do you ensure, what is that one thing you want your customer experience lead or, consultant to do differently?
Thank you very much, Sandra. The first thing is that the CX leaders must have the leader's mindset. And by having the leader's mindset, it goes beyond just generating statistics that our CSAT is at this level or our NPS is at this level. It's looking at the stakeholders across the board and ensuring that there's value that is being delivered at that specific level. So for example, for us, we cut across, we have scheme administrators, we have medical service providers, and the member. These three key stakeholders must be able to feel the value of the service that you deliver to them. Because as I mentioned earlier, technology, you cannot feel it, but it's about the experience. How does it translate to that experience? But also, it looks at how do we then engage in real time to ensure that the customer needs or the feedback that is being received is actually being acted upon. We all have a lot of data sitting somewhere about feedback, about experiences, but what do you do with that data? Now, for me, my advice to CX leaders in the room is that use that information to innovate. And that is something that we've been able to do, that the feedback is constantly used to ensure that you're agile in this particular market space. Because customer needs are always changing. We've talked about the manual, now we've gone into the digitization, we're now looking at embedding AI and machine learning, and who knows what is coming next. So you need to be able to use that information to be able to deliver or provide a platform where your customer can deliver a better solution to their members, a more customized product that actually understands the need and the niche of the people that they're working with. Now, when it comes to utilization of data, I think data is one of these things that we've really not talked much about. But in the healthcare space, one of the things that we have noted is that you can actually use it to detect fraud, waste, and abuse. Because every time they're claiming, and I'm glad that one of my customers is on the panel, and that's ICEA, when you look at your claims, the trends, what does it tell you for the future? Where are your leaking points? Where is the pain and where is the pressure? And what can you do about it? It gives you information such as what other products should you be putting out there in the market, because you're looking at the diagnosis, the trends, what are people ailing from? I don't know why in the banking sector things are, but let me not go into industry statistics. I think you'll invite me for another meeting. I don't want to go down that road. So is it pressure? Is it stress? Is Sukuma the answer to your prayer? But that's what the data is going to tell you. But if you're not looking at that data and translating it into business insight, you as a CX leader sitting there and dealing with your customer, then you're not adding value to the entire process. So therefore, if you're not able to deal with the churn rate, you're looking at the renewal rates, you're looking at the cross-selling opportunities as a CX leader, then the value that you're adding to your organization, you need to stop, think, and act differently. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I mean, data is power. One of our great leaders keeps saying, retail is detail. And that comes from the data, guys. If you're not looking at your data, there's a problem. Maybe just something you mentioned there that caught my eye is many times on our scorecards as CX leaders, something that I've noticed just speaking to different people is what is on your KPI, it's CSAT, it's NPS, but I'll tell you one thing, I think 5 or 6 years ago, scorecards are looking different. I'll tell you for sure, my scorecard, my CE wants to see your churn rate or attrition rate, wants to see share of wallet, and it's a significant percentage because ultimately what we do in customer experience should translate to that. I'll move on to Stephen, and I'll pose the same question, although differently, just to say, having given us perspective of different industries and helping us understand it from that point of view, how do we deliver stronger commercial outcomes as CX leaders?
Thank you very much. That's a good question. I think from where I sit, my KPIs are very interesting. My biggest KPI as the CEO of the PSFU is how many policies have I pushed through Parliament that have created an enabling environment for businesses and all of you here to thrive. The tax regime, infrastructure, the advocacy issues, how much of that have I delivered to? Then I present that at the AGM. My AGM is a big one. The people walk in the room and just who is who. The parking lot is terrible. So it's very intimidating, but my scorecard has to show that in this last budget framework paper, out of the 100 policies, how many were adopted at the budget that would then make businesses thrive? But I have another KPI. I have to deliver at the regional level. We are members of the East African Business Council. So essentially, you have PSFU representing Uganda, you have the Kenya Private Sector Alliance in Kenya, the Tanzania Private Sector, the foundation, and So at the regional level, my focus is these countries who are blocking your milk and maize and whatever else, why aren't you engaging their countries to be able to then remove what we call non-tariff barriers. So if there were cases of businesses having challenges crossing the border and they were not handled very well, that for me is a KPI. Then I have another KPI. I am a member of the COMESA Business Council. So I have to push and compete with 24 other countries. Then recently, they brought this thing called the ACFTA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Only 16% of Africans are trading with each other. Can you imagine? We do more trade with Europe than we do with ourselves. So for me, I have nightmares. I have to say, how do we improve Uganda's business with its neighbors? A case in point, quickly. We did a business trip on land, and we went to the DRC across the border, and we took almost a very early morning trip from Kasese to the other side of Pondwe, and we crossed. So we went to have breakfast in a small restaurant, and I asked for some coffee. They didn't have coffee. I said, but Uganda is the biggest exporter of coffee. There's no coffee here. Then the next thing I said, okay, give me tea, and African tea. So I have to explain what African tea is: water with milk and majani and that kind of thing. So I said, no, we don't have fresh milk. I'm like, I have milk in my farm, which is 3 hours away. That's a KPI for me. Long and short of the story, I said, okay, give me what you have. So they brought hot water, tea bags from Kenya, and we are neighbors with these people. We have a lot of tea. I drove through tea plantations. Very interestingly, they served us Nido milk powder, and we have Lato. My little farm supplies milk to a cooler which takes the milk to Mbarara, where they actually process Lato milk. I said, but I cannot be the CEO of the private sector with a manufacturer called Pearl Dairies, and these guys bring milk from Nestle in Switzerland, go through the Mombasa port, come through Kenya, pass my village, and then I'm the one drinking milk. You get what I'm saying? So my KPIs, in my honest view, is how do I then ensure that the Uganda Manufacturers Association, which is the oversight association for the Pearl Dairies, has got markets that will then ensure that everywhere you cross the Ugandan border, there's a Ugandan product. You understand? And that Centenary Bank, Equity, who are here, should be able to finance that possibility, that all these wonderful people here have a share of the regional market. So what am I trying to say? I think that it's important, and I like Patrick, I'm going to borrow your slides. What is your next 10 years going to look like? My next 10 years should show that the entire portfolio of Ugandan products that are manufactured should be consumed by the entire region. Uganda Bat is one of them. I have seen them there. Uganda Airlines should be flying across the border. All these smart facilities, banks, Centenary Bank should be across the border. Those are my members. Let me see how to prepare them to be able to access. And for me to do that is we have pushed for a law and a policy that Uganda's diplomatic engagement, and which is now working, should shift from political to commercial and economic diplomacy. Today, as we stand, we have pushed for more than 30 trade delegations across the countries and ensure that as many Ugandan products, goods and services are across the border to ensure that. And that for me is a bottom line, and that is something we should work together collectively to achieve. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. If you're not getting nightmares, I don't know how you're sleeping, because I think I'm also getting those nightmares. Thank you for that. I think we all know Bubu in the last 3 years has really come out strongly. So thank you to you, Stephen, and your team at PSFU. Maybe just quickly, I'll also pose the same question to Emmanuel, just to ask, how are you challenging your CX leaders to create value for the business.
Thanks, Sonia, and I think I'm humbled to speak after the two, distinguished in very many ways. And I'd say, for me, really, value boils down to what the bottom line looks like. I think whatever it is that you drive, and Patrick stated it again. As I said, Patrick, you said everything would need to say. Anything can be measured. And one of the true measures for my CX leader, who is in the room as well, is that she must be better than every other CX leader in this room. Otherwise, there's a vacancy. And that really means, from where I sit, that one, we must be head over shoulders over everyone in terms of the experience that we give to our customers, and that will translate into the measurable outcomes that we all know. I mean, persistency, better NPS scores, and the like. And I think, Sonia, I need to look for Mumba, because you talked about your KPIs being steep. I think I want mine to be steeper for my CX leader. But at the end of the day, I think, and it was in Antonina's slides, I think I brought a statement, and I'm not sure if it was a mantra, that, CX should be a growth strategy and not a department. And that struck home significantly, because at the end of the day, there is CX everywhere, and CX then can't be that outward-facing section, but rather there is CX in every engagement, in every touch point that we have with our customers, both internal customers and external customers, regulators, name it. There is CX, the principles of CX must be exuded, must be shown, and ultimately, the true measure of successful CX is successful business. I think, allow me to just give this example of the big story, and many of you, I'm sure, nowadays watch movies on Netflix, but there was a side story about the creation of Netflix, which arose, or which was born out of a frustration from the founder of Netflix being penalized $40 for delaying to return a tape that he had hired from Blockbuster Movies. And Blockbuster used to then charge and penalize you. You would rent a DVD, and you needed to return it within a particular period of time. Now, in many of our businesses, we have a lot of these sort of penalty-related items, things that really don't add value, that seek to inculcate the right behavior in our customers, whereas really forgetting that we are the source of that bad behavior in our customers. And for me also, as a measure, it's just to say that at the end of the day, the engagements with our customers from a measurable perspective must be positive engagements. And the target, the measurable outcomes that I have for the CX team is to ensure that, one, at the very least, we have as a measurable target, 95% of all engagements with our customers must be driven by us, so that there are less reactive engagements with our customers. That means we are more positive. We predict what our customers need before they think about them, before they need what they will engage us with, and we provide it. So just being one step ahead of our customers, being ahead of the curve, will ensure that actually we meet all the targets that we've set for ourselves. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you, Emmanuel. I think the common thread is measuring the right things, and each of you has spoken to that. So my final question to Godfrey would be, Centenary, as we know, has a big balance sheet, yes, and you've also alluded to the staff numbers, your employee numbers. How are you challenging your teams to ensure that they are actually bringing value to the table?
Thank you very much. And the team from Centenary popped up your hand. Yeah, there are quite many in this room. So yes, first of all, Mr. Simwe, to your call about us going to the neighborhood, we are going. We shall be there. Of course, we started by going to Malawi, and people have been asking, why Malawi? But yes, there are reasons, and I was privileged to be the first Ugandan Centenary employee to be exported to start Centenary Bank in Malawi. For 3 years, I was there, and you never know, the next might be one of the next countries. Okay, so to the issue about how challenging the CX team, I think I'll talk about three things. But maybe to start with is to say, what are CX teams known for? I think traditionally they've been known for resolving customer complaints, doing customer surveys, and following through. But is that the ultimate? So one thing I'll challenge my team to say, what is your place in the organization? I think in most of the corporates we talk about support teams, enablers, and business, right? So, what is the place of CX in there? And I know when we have conversations with HR, those two, depending on where you fall, support, enabler, and business also determining some things, right? So the question is, where do you want to play? The CX team, where do you want to play? Do you want to play as support? Do you want to play as enablers? Or do you want to play as business? My view and my challenge to the CX people is that CX people should be business leaders. And I like Sonia talking about the KPIs. So are the KPIs pointing to business? Are they just talking about how many complaints resolved, how many surveys carried out? So we need to shift to looking at CX leaders as business leaders. We have the statistics about our customers. AI has come, data analytics has come, and this information sits with the CX team. They know the behaviors, they know the trends, they understand the customers. Now, how is that data being transformed into business? Are we asking ourselves questions? What operational efficiencies do we need to build out of this data? What cost savings are we delivering out of that data? What new products are we designing to bring on more customers? How do we keep this customer coming and enjoying our products? To say, yes, I connected to Center Mobile. How often am I using it? From where? And what more can I do with that connection? Am I just using it to move money from the bank to the mobile wallet? Or am I using it also to pay school fees and all the other services? That's now transforming the CX teams and challenging them to grow the business, to make sure that they translate into business leaders. Now, the second aspect I like to talk to is aspect of who are you working with? Again, I don't want to ask Antonina here, but if you look at the total bank, which people do you work with most? I think most of the time you find the CX teams are working more with the front teams, the front-facing teams. You're looking at the tellers, what they are doing. You're looking at the people in the banking hall. But the bank or any institution has got other players. You have the technology teams, you have the human resource teams, because Patrick did talk about people and CX. So if CX teams are not working with human resource team, how are they developing the people? So that collaboration and totality that comes looking at them not in isolation, but also working with the rest of the teams. Because, Antonina is here and some of the other team members are here. You'll agree with me that most of our challenges today are coming from the technology side. Now, if you are only dealing with the front-facing teams and don't understand the technology that's driving the business, then you are failing in your duty. So developing that collaboration and working with the rest of the team is the other call that I like to make. Now, again, as institutions, we manage a lot of parameters. We manage risk, we manage the balance sheet, and we also deal with other stakeholders other than just the customer. Now, what is your understanding of the total business and all the stakeholders that play in that ecosystem? What is your understanding about this balance sheet, and what's your understanding about the risks? So that as a CX practitioner, you're able to have that total picture. So those are my three things. Really moving from wherever you sit today. Those of you are already seated at the business leadership, congratulations. Those of you who have not moved there, please shift from support enabler and move to the business side and work with the rest of the teams, because they are part of the purpose why we exist. And finally, saying that yes, understand the other parameters that make the institution to move, the risks, the balance sheet, and all that brought together. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Godfrey. I think, guys, you've had it, cross-functional collaboration. Don't just focus on your front line. The real issues, actually, if you didn't know, the root cause is in the back end. So unpack some of those issues. And then also I like that you mentioned the KPI landscape and looking at the business parameters. That's very profound. Okay, I must say we've come to the end of our conversation. It's really painful to say that it has to stop here. But what I like about each of the submissions, you've summed up everything, and you've given us parting shots. You've really given us the history and the beginning of what CX means for your organizations. And one thing that stands out for me is the consistent message is really about customer obsession, not being a customer experience initiative, but it is a leadership philosophy indeed. Thank you so much. A round of applause for our panelists. Okay, I think I'll ask us to now take our seats. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Sonia, for that, and thank you, our panelists. Once again, a round of applause. Let me request that you remain on the stage, and we quickly perform the function of recognizing our panelists. Of course, DJ, give us some sounds as we take on this. Just before the screens change, we had menti.com running. You have QR codes on your tables for feedback, and the menti.com will be on the screen as well. Please, let's engage using those QR codes, because your feedback is important. Yep. Photo.
Purchase your
the camera.
Today.
All right. And from there, we shall have the CX team, of course. Where's Antonina? Joanne, please step on the stage so we recognize our moderators. Thank you for sparing time. Round of applause again for our moderators and of our panelists and the moderator, of course, our very own Sonia. Engage on the QR codes, please, because your feedback is as important as anything. As you know, customer care dwells a lot on feedback. Customer experience dwells a lot on feedback, and your feedback will do a lot to improve on our next experience or our next CEO breakfast. Thank you. Yes.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. today. Purchase your tracks today.
National associations and transformation champions across more than 35 countries to rewrite service and citizenship experience narrative in Africa. He's the architect of the Global Customer Experience Index, co-founder of the CISO Technology Africa, and the founder of CX Touchpoints Group. Through his work through ecosystems leadership, research, and technology, he has actively shaped how organizations and governments across Africa design and deliver customer and citizen experiences at scale. Please put your hands together and join me in welcoming onto the stage Mr. Phumsa Mbika. Bienvenue, monsieur.
Merci bien. I got some very beautiful presentations here, but one thing reminds me, Emmanuel. You know these guys who are into insurance and banking? There is something they love about you, your signature. And each time you get in, you fill up all those forms, and you sign, the insurer would always tell you, so you have a very beautiful signature, right? So when he was talking, he kept reminding me about that. I would start my story with what happens prior to me arriving here. I flew Ugandan Airlines, and I don't know about you, but I'm one of those people that take off. No matter how many times you fly, those 5 minutes between when you stop feeling the plane on the tarmac is my worst flying moment. So I'm seated there and thinking, oh, we are going to cope with those minutes. And then I get this pilot, the captain. I think he said he was Captain Moses, and that today he's flying with, he talked about Senior First Officer XYZ. Senior First Officer, he called the other name. And then he provided even more details. We'll be cruising today at 34,000 feet. As we rise up, we are going to go left. And he provided more details than I have ever heard a pilot announce. He talked about the climate. And guess you, when he talked we would be turning left, what does it do to me, the client? It prepares my psychology. When that plane goes like this, we are not falling. We are turning left. The captain told me that. And then as he continued and we're arriving in Entebbe, he said, the climate is a little bit cloudy. It might be a little rough, but I'll try to make it as comfortable as I can for you. He did not say we would have a turbulence. He just said, when you see that thing shaking, know that I got your back, and we will get it as comfortable as we can. Now, well, when I land, you would expect that if you were to ask me how was your experience, I left from point A to point B. But my entire experience was how the captain made me feel. And I'm never forgetting that. And so each time I see Ugandan Airlines, I think about Captain Moses. So what is the catch? What about you? What is that wow moment when your customer thinks about your organization? What is that one thing they think about? And each of us are customers. somewhere. And we all have that one moment that changes everything. Today, we are looking at what CEOs, business leaders, I think this is not my first slide. Is something missing? Slide 1? Okay. But we know what was on that slide, right? So, the question is, what if it was not only Ugandan Airlines, it was the same experience with whatever be the airline you fly with? What if that experience, that great experience, is not just the experience with your bank? What if it's not just the experience in Kampala? The question is, when I fly from Kampala and I land in Nairobi, or I fly to whatever be the country, do we see significant differences in the quality of experience across the continent? When I move from one bank to another, are there significant differences in the quality of experience? When I move from one institution to another, are there significant differences in the quality of experience? And even within your institutions, you recruit 10 officers. One of them is super performing. The other one is down there. The other one is in the middle. The question is, where are we getting it wrong? Trust me, if I were to get a heart surgery, it doesn't matter if you did it in Kampala or in Nairobi, there is a common procedure that all of those doctors will use. You're 100% sure that there is a minimum, and that minimum is good enough to get that heart beating again. Can we say that about our profession? So, when the HR recruits someone, what can we do to guarantee that they will perform as best as our best CX agent? So there is a problem. And the problem is we do not have a global standard for customer experience. We don't have a global standard across Uganda. We don't have a global standard across Africa. And that is the problem we come to solve. The Africa CX Leaders Forum is simply a movement by Africans to change the way we look at the profession once and for all. Today, we are over 600 leaders like you, heads of CX, specialists, consultants, transforming customer experience across different countries. And today we're talking about 30 plus African countries. To be precise, 35 as of this morning. Today, we have created commissions, groups of people who sit like you're seated here, and they are brainstorming all year round on some of the continent's biggest customer experience challenges. And I'm proud to share that so many of them are here, like Sonia, who sits on the commission, that is looking at how can we as Africans transform the way we unite across CX in each of our countries. And we have Rebecca, who is also here, and who is doing an amazing job. And she's looking at that commission. How can we transform citizen experience across the continent? How can our government serve us better? And we're not just doing it for Uganda. We're doing it for all 54 African countries. Can we change the citizen experience narrative? Can we change the way we celebrate the Customer Service Week? Can we change the way we, as small and medium-sized enterprises, do CX and do it even without a budget? Can we be able to have data about the African consumer available for us to use when we're taking and making decisions about our customers? Today we're using models from the West. The question is, when I take a decision about my clients, what is the level of confidence I have about that data? Is it some research from the US or from the UK? Or is it real customer data, analytics from Kampala? What we are trying to put in place is a united front for CX across the continent. And We have built already these commissions, 9 of them. We have 75 members volunteering in these commissions from 17 countries. We have a country champions network of 50 country champions across 29 countries. What I mean is 2 people who have taken that mandate to push the customer and citizen experience narrative locally in their country. And our goal is, before 2027, we should have these champions championing and pushing the customer and citizen experience narrative across every single country in Africa. I know when I say it, some of us may not really get it, but let me prove to you something. In Africa, we have just 10 CX associations like this one. So I want you to give a hand of applause for Uganda. It's a big milestone. We have 54 countries. We have just 10 doing this. That is a big problem, right? How do we make sure that we have a structured CX organization like this in every single African country? So for us, what we are doing is we are defining it at an African level, and then we are working together with the country champions. We're working together with the country associations to redefine it at the country level. And then now the associations work with you, the organizations, to make sure that when you go out there to recruit for CX, you have people that will deliver on that promise. The association is working to make sure you have reliable data about CX locally in the country. The association is working to make sure that those members of your company that are members of that association have the possibility to have access to the best knowledge on CX, to the best trends, and to what it takes to deliver excellence irrespective of the company they work for. And what that translates is excellence for your organizations and excellence for the country. Is this just a myth, or there is some data backing what we are doing? We performed a research. It's called the State of the CX Practice in Africa. And the goal of that research was to understand how is CX structured across the continent. And one of the things we observed was 5.5% of the respondents agreed that we all have an established CX department, which is good. So let's clap for that. So there is at least a CX department in the company, right? Good news. 42% report to the CEO or at least to the executive committee. Is it good or bad? Some evolution. 42%. What that means is these guys have straight reporting lines to the CEO. But look at where the problem is. We have created a department. They even have the ability to sit on the board. Do they have budgets? Yes. Who controls the budget? Some finance team, or some operations team, or some marketing team. And so the question is, we are like that house, 2 strong German shepherds. They write out there, beware of German shepherds. And behold, all these German shepherds have no teeth. So they're just toothless bulldogs, barking, and they can do nothing. If you give people power and you don't give them resources, it is worse than not giving them power at all. And so that is a problem. And so to the CEOs here, the question is, you recognize the role these CX professionals play, but do you give them the power and the resources to move the needle? 58% still report elsewhere. 58% of CX leaders, directors across the continent are still reporting to operations or to marketing or to strategy. And so the question is, where does CX really sit, therefore, in our ecosystem? Where does CX really sit? We went further. We we continue to deep dive to understand what can we read about the problem of CX on the continent. And guess what? The biggest problem of customer experience on the continent was the execution. We have the data. We know the problems. Trust me, if I were to ask you, what are your top 10 biggest customer issues, you would name them. We know. Why are we not solving it? We have data. What is wrong that we cannot close the gap? The execution gap is the gap between knowing the problem and really solving it. And when we went deep, and we want to deep dive, because 68.4% people, they say execution is the problem. We know what our issues are. And what are the top barriers? Difficulty proving return on investment. I know, I'm CX director, I know that we are solving the problem, but how do I get the CEO to see the value we bring? The CX director sits in the board meeting. You know what? They listen to finance, show balance sheet and everything. They look at HR, talk headcounts and everything. Marketing comes and shows how engagement has gone and how brand personality. But the question is, how do we as CXers prove the value of what we do? We heard the CEO here say it. You need to know who your other stakeholders are, and you need to know the language they speak. How do you convert that NPS score into bottom line P&L so that the finance director can understand what you mean? How do you convert the number of complaints you solve into a simple language, churn, and convert it into how much money have we saved, and present it in a way that strategy will sit and say, yeah, I think we're making more money. I think we're saving more money. We are not able to prove. Whereas what we do is what is moving the needle. Budget constraints. Beautiful projects. No funding for it. And then they tell you, okay, yeah, this your thing, we know. The CEO still see us. They see us as the people who smile at the customer when there is the problem. No. We hold the key to the kingdom, the heart of the customer. The CXer is the bridge between the heart of the client and the heart of the organization. Their role is to ensure that each of those customers stay with us, love staying with us, and I like the way Stephen put it, lasting impressions. But the question is, dear CXers, can you put a value to it? Because don't come and tell the CEO, look, we created some great lasting impressions. He will clap for you. You're working hard. But he wants to know, what does that look like in terms of cost, revenues, opportunities? Lack of real-time insights, lack of AI automation, cultural resistance, weak executive alignment. So these are some of the things that the data shows about how customer experience is practiced and is run across the continent. So we have directors here, CEOs. What do we do about it? Is it another nice story we hear and we go back home and say, oh, these CX association guys are doing an amazing job, eh? So what do we do? How do we move the needle? The first thing is, dear leaders, we have to figure out how we can position CX at the strategic level. The CX director should sit on the board. We are not saying the CX director's report should reach the board. The CX director should sit on the board because CX decisions are strategic decisions that can define the future of the organization. The second thing is give them authority, but give them resources. It's not enough to say, this is how I expect the experience to look like. Do they have the decision? Do even those at the front office have the decision to make it, to do something to the client, to solve the client's problem? I give you a simple example. I present a problem to you, and you say, no problem, we are going to give you a refund. Simple. But in other organizations, it's going to go through lines and lines and lines and lines of approval. So why tell me to solve a problem if I do not have the authority or even the resources to do so? How can you as leaders solve this problem? And what role do you need to play as well? What you're doing now, be in the room and let your CXS and your employees be part of structured institutions like the Customer Experience Association of Uganda. Because now you saw what Sonia said here. You on the other side are from another bank and we wonder why we should be sitting here. But today we are focusing on what? CX. How do we grow together? Give your team members the possibility. There is no competition when you learn how to treat the customer better. There is only advantages and benefits for everyone. Let them be part of a structure that helps them grow professionally, that helps them improve on their practice, and that helps them know that they are now ambassadors of the change you want to see, because they are part of a movement that means something. And so overall, we say each and every one of us here has a role to play. We need to come together. We need to be part of systems like the association. And when we are building together as one country, irrespective of our brands, then CX in Uganda will be one of those things we export, and not just the beautiful people. Today, I have that conviction that we are in that place in history where Africa will never be the same again. And that conviction comes from the fact that the customer is the heart of our business. And the African customer is unique. We would know him. We would love him. We will serve him. And as professionals, we will continue to be the bridge between the heart of the customer and the heart of our organizations. Thank you very much.
Wow, wow, wow. Thank you, Mr. Punsa. Just like he mentioned it, the African customer is unique. Indeed. You're most welcome. And a round of applause again for Mr. Punsa. He is our leader at CXPA and is here to give us more insight into of course, at the Africa CXPA Forum. So, yes, we thank you. And now we are going to, sorry, we will not have a Q&A for the reason Mr. Punsa is actually here with us up to the end. He's staying at the Sheraton Kampala Hotel. So thank you, Sheraton, for giving us the residence. And of course, he is comfortable. So you can engage with him at the end of this meeting. In the interest of time, please give us your feedback on the QR code that is on the table so that we can get that engagement and be able to respond. We are going into the next session, and ladies and gentlemen, she is a dynamic business professional with a passion for brand growth. She is a membership director at Customer Experience Association Uganda. She is the commercial director at Newman Foods Limited. She is the founder of Elevate Customer Experience, an entity that trains businesses to transform ordinary interactions. She has strong interest in communication and leadership. She blends creativity with practical execution. She's passionate about excellence, faith, and empowering others through impactful work. She's also a devoted wife and a mother. Ladies and gentlemen, our next moderator, Rosette Najemba Seguja. You're most welcome. Please take the podium, take the seat. Thank you.
What a beautiful morning. Wow, thank you, David. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our distinguished CEOs, executive leaders, you're welcome. I'm excited about the panel that I have. It's going to be 3 amazing leaders, CX leaders. It's nice to be in a room where people are passionate about CX. And the first one is Bujingo Don Patrick. Brace yourself because it's quite long. Patrick, don't come yet. Don't come yet. They need to hear this. So Patrick is a Ugandan business leader, academic and community builder with a distinguished record in leadership, entrepreneurship, and family business sustainability. As a managing director at Awesha Organic, he steers a 14-year-old family-owned enterprise, specializing in herbal pharmaceuticals and cosmetics. In 2022, he founded Don Swift Company Limited, a human capital and recruitment consultancy. The firm has successfully placed hundreds of young professionals into meaningful careers and supported dozens of SMEs and corporations in building stronger future-ready teams. A well-grounded academic, Mr. Bujingo lectures marketing and French at Makerere University Business School. Bonjour. So he holds a first-class honors in Bachelor of Science and Marketing with MOOPS, where he served as guild president. A professional certificate from the Chartered Institute of Marketing. That one I shared a class with him. So he's into marketing from a Chartered Institute of Marketing, an MSc in marketing with honors from Montpellier Business School, France. His civic contributions are equally significant. He is the past president of the Rotary Club of the Kampala Kibuli and served as an inaugural president of the Uganda-France Alumni Society in 2023. The New Vision recognized him among Uganda's top 40 under 40. He was selected as a Mandela Washington Fellow, completing the business leadership track at Rutgers University, New Jersey. Are you hearing? He was invited to deliver an Ignite talk at the MWF Summit in Washington, D.C. He currently serves as president at the Mandela Washington Fellowship Alumni Network of Uganda, a vibrant community of over 300 fellows nationwide. He's a husband, a father, and mentor to many. Bujingo Don Patrick is a sought-after speaker who engages young people and family business owners on themes of sustainable growth, personal branding, and people-centered leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Don Patrick Bujingo, the amazing. Drum rolls, yes. Thank you for being here, Don. The next one is called Monica Tindi, and she has hosted us at the Sheraton here today, this beautiful morning. She's the human resource manager at the Sheraton Hotel Kampala, bringing over 20 years of hospitality leadership across East Africa and the Middle East. Her diverse expertise spans housekeeping, quality assurance, learning and development, the human resource with global brands including Four Seasons, Minor Hotels, and Jana Hotels. Monica holds a bachelor's degree in hospitality management from UNICAF University, Zambia. A two-time manager of the year under her QL&D guidance and support. The Sheraton Kampala Hotel has exceeded all guest satisfaction KPIs for 2 consecutive years, proving her commitment to customer-obsessed leadership to drive employee engagement and operational excellence. Put your hands together for Monica. That makes 2 ladies on this panel. Thank you for being here to balance this equation. Now the last one is a gentleman in the healthcare sector. This is where some of the CX is most pertinent. Mr. Andrew Magalu, he's a general manager at CCare IMC, healthcare transformational champion with more than 10 years of experience in managing health operations, driving strategic growth and improving patient experience. Now that's very important for every patient. And outcomes across some of the leading healthcare providers in Uganda and East Africa. Currently the general manager at CCare IMC, the leading private healthcare provider in Uganda, with a network of 20 facilities that include clinics and regional hospitals. Put your hands together for Andrew, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, thank you for being here, Andrew. Another round of applause. Yes. Wow, it's nice to have you, wonderful CXers. I'm passionate about CX, and I've been training because there's a gap in Uganda and Africa, like our guest has spoken very pertinently about. I'll be sharing the first question on customer journey mapping. We all know that, you know, every touch point should be a wow moment for a customer to go away with a lasting impression. Now, this is pertinent with the security guards. There's a video that will be airing later on one of the banks that has sponsored Equity. A hand of applause. Now, Equity awarded their security guards with certificates of giving great customer experience. And this is a subject or one of the gaps or the touch point that many people forget, because most of the guests, when they come to your offices, the guard is the one that introduces them or welcomes them. And in many cases, they are certain kind of way, especially when they've not eaten well. Okay, we're not sure, but you know. So they rewarded them, and this elevated them, and this motivated them to be those that give the first impression, the first, you know, that experience. What is your take on that in the organizations? I think I'll start with, let me start with Don.
Yes, thank you so much, Rosette. So we appreciate that what has been shared already by our forum director is quite pertinent. I think he highlighted the fact that when we discuss CX, it's not a one point where we get the discussion in departments or units, but the fact that it should be more or less a culture and strategy even to be more precise. Now, to even highlight it better that it's a journey, it's a reminder, again, from his experience with Uganda Airlines. You can imagine if somebody visited Uganda, you'd think the experience only starts when they are in Uganda. And many have also been shared in the space of tourism, where somebody comes in and their main place of visit or the destination is Queen Elizabeth National Park, for example. Now, everybody at Queen Elizabeth will do their part to imagine that that's exactly what will entail of the customer experience. But I think why we need to be able to map out this entire experience is because it's a journey. And it's important that it reminds us that then customer experience is not about silos or people working in units that are independent of themselves, but that we have a shared experience while working on the customer experience, because it is a journey. And the mapping even just reminds us that the different blocks people should be able to share the experience in their responsibilities as at when that customer is at that point in the journey. And for me, that just reminds me that I could just relate this to a family that stays together under one unique roof, but guess what? They never even have a single meal together because everybody is engaged, busy. And the same is true for the different departments that have a contribution in the customer journey. You have your own budgets, after all. You have your own KPIs, after all. And everybody seems to be working in their units really well. But guess who remains and is left lonely? It's the customer. Because at some point, nobody has that shared role across their journey in inputting their part in regards to the journey. So the reminder is that it's an entire journey that carries an experience. Our forum director never finished the experience, for example. But everything that happens from when he gets onto that flight, gets the experience on the flight, gets off the flight, the person that receives them, and just to jump back to my example on Queen Elizabeth, which is a national park that's quite far placed from Kampala. When you think about it, the person gets received and there's a driver that, welcomes them and will drive them through the entire experience. Whether the journey from the airport all across Kampala, the kind of music that he will play for that guest, the kind of conversations that he will have, the phone calls that he will pick and personal experiences. He'll be talking about his wife or his children on the phone call while the guest is listening. That is all part of the experience. And guess what? Queen Elizabeth has not yet shown up anywhere yet.
True.
In the real sense. The traffic jam they will experience while they're trying to travel across to get to Queen Elizabeth, all of that is the customer experience and it's a journey. So for us, I think while we are mapping, my biggest recommendation as I end will just be that we must be able to walk the journey of the customer if we want to be able to map it out really well. To actually walk that journey, because from our perspective, we only get to see them while when they reach our desks. But we must be able to walk that journey and then really be able to feel that experience. So what you shared about the banks being able to reward our teams that manage the security, truth is it starts there. When somebody says, please raise your hands, how they say that really matters.
Yeah.
Do they smile, or does it look like it's a must, or if you don't do that, you'll not get in? So much more could be added, but truth be told, let's remember it's a journey. Let's walk the experience first, then we can easily map out the touch points where we need to put some emphasis.
Lovely. Well put. Monica, what's your take on that? Your security guards welcomed us really well, I must say.
Thank you, Rosette. And I must say, you cannot talk about CX without emphasizing enough EX. Every organization, the biggest asset that we have are the employees.
Yes.
When an employee has the best experience, it is transferred to the guest or to the customer. And by an organization, having systems in place to recognize each and every contributor to the customer's experience or the journey, the entire map, then you've gotten it right. Mr. Marriott says, take care of the employees, and the employees will take care of the guest.
Yeah.
And I love a quote by Erin Growell. This was an American teacher who transformed a school in the, areas that were completely forgotten. This is the great writers, And she said when she was asked, how did you manage to transform people who were forgotten? The system had written them off. They were considered uneducationable, unteachable. She said, in every person you deal with, and Shamin put it very right when she started, and she said, think of the customer as a person. You're dealing with a person. She said, first love. And when you love, it is very easy to work with the person. How many of us first love? Because when I love my customer, and the person who is going to attend to my customer is my employee, I will love my employee. In the guest journey, in the hotel industry, it starts with, pre-arrival. Mr. Mbinka has not yet reached Uganda, but the experience has already begun. It begins from online, and I remember when Patrick was doing his presentation, he says, word of mouth, you know, word of mouth feedback is 90% more effective than the online and whatever it is we do after. So when this person who was wowed by a security guard at the entrance relieves their story to someone who has not visited Sheraton Kampala, the person is already living in Sheraton Kampala. They're already experiencing that moment. It is surreal for them to come because the excitement is, I also want to be part of that story. Every associate or every employee that we deal with touches or impacts a guest journey, impacts that map. And so everyone that comes in, the first thing that we do in our organization is to align the mindset of the person to know that you are as great as the company see you. Nice. In fact, what we tell our associates is, this person down here is the most important person in the organization. Because in their absence, the customer experience is breached. When the CEO is not there, the CEO can be absent for even 6 months. Organizations have run without CEOs for 1 year. But the guests didn't get to feel the impact. But have 10 housekeepers or 2 housekeepers absent for 1 week, and you will realize the impact. So every organization, if we want to make, you know, an impactful CX, we want the experience to be memorable. Who are the people to focus on? The employees. Thank you.
Wow. Well put. We'll hear from you, Andrew, on the same.
Thank you. My name is Andrew, and good to see you all. I'm from Seacare. Seacare is the largest private healthcare provider in Uganda. And for us, our customer has a definition. Our customer is a patient. And that patient is the total opposite of that definition, because nothing about them is patient. And I know that all of you have been customers, or for that matter, patients to us. And you know that when you walk into those facilities, there's nothing about you that is being patient. So it's very difficult to satisfy our customers. And we also hold the philosophy, other than government, that healthcare should be paid for. So when I was looking at all the previous presentations, especially the one for Patrick, it was fulfilling because all the things that he was defining are present in our patient experience. And I'll pick it up from where my colleague has stopped. And most of the people in the room are experts about customer experience, and there's very little that we can add. But it's about the authenticity and the practicality of the things that we are talking about. When we say that people are the most important aspects in our value chain, or how do we value them and all that, I think the most important thing is whether you know them. And for me, I have told this story for many years now. I think it's coming to 3 years, I made a choice, a personal choice, that I will know everyone in our organization before they start their job. So it started from customer experience issues. But we want that doctor or that nurse makes the patient feel special or cared for. But there is no way I can enforce that in a room or in any forum like this unless I know that person. And when I made the choice, the HR people were not happy. They realized that I was not happy with the choices of the people they put in our jobs. So I said, I'll meet everyone. And they say, are you sure? I say, yes. To give you perspective, we recruit probably about 40 people a month. but I've made it a choice that in my calendar, I'll meet staff just before they are hired. And we have 1,600 people in our organization. Either I'll meet them or my colleague, General Manager, Dr. Miriam is at the back there, will meet them. And that, the way they make me feel in the room, if they make me feel right, and I get the confidence that they will make the patient feel special, unless they do that in the room, I will not let them meet our customers or our patient. And when we are there, I'm not asking them about the sophisticated medical qualification about who they are or the accolades they've won. I'm looking at their human touch. And that will translate into how they will make them. And then I also try to scare them about the job that they are going to take up for, and tell them that they are going to be seeing a patient who is very irritable and all those kind of things. So yes, we are all predisposed to, mapping the journeys, and they are very good, and we are all experts at doing that and making sure that all our touch points are very good and seamless. What is most important is that as we go back to our rooms, because most of us are in boardrooms, do we have the trust that the people manning our customers are the right people? And for so many times, when people tell us about the problems, at the back of our mind, when they tell you about that stuff, it's that stuff that also doesn't dress up so well. But the customer experience person dress up so well. Why would they allow a person to come to work when they're not dressed up so well? So I think for me, it's to focus on the practicality. And somebody here mentioned about the execution. I think it was him. And I think that's where, as CEOs or as leaders, we have to be in the gap of execution and less of the, theories and KPIs and benchmarks.
yes.
Thank you very much.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much, Andrew. And you sent us Rachel, who is exceptional here. She's our treasurer in the CX Association. A round of applause for Rachel. I love that you share that, because you work in challenging times, But to see that the doctors, the nurses, the cleaners as well, because, a patient will come and ask a cleaner, who can help me? But, if all employees are aligned with CX, then you're able to give a great experience. To you, Monica, a hotel is a place that sells experience, and memorable experiences is what customers are looking for. How do you ensure everyone is on board with that? You kind of hinted, but especially now with employment, when you employ, do you ensure that people are already customer-centric? How is that?
Thank you, Rosette. We are in the people industry, and I always tell our teams that in the hospitality industry, what we sell is smiles. Today, you can come to Sheraton and eat the best mandazi. You can drink the best tea. But if it's not accompanied by a smile, because the impact of a smile is great. It is very small, but it has the greatest result. So one thing that we hire in this industry is attitude. We can train you all the skills. So the first thing that we look for is, are you of the right attitude before you come in? Because when the attitude is great, you can be conformed into any personality that we want. Okay. When an employee joins the industry, we go through a rigorous training, an induction and all that, and also introduce the employees to the KPIs, our performance zones. And these performance zones are not boardroom performance zones that, are kept somewhere for the ExCom to look at. They are property-wide performance zones. I have a beautiful wall downstairs, you know, heart of house, where everyone passes through. Why? When I see daily, I live it. It becomes part and parcel of me. So when we are reviewing our performances, we are not just talking figures or ideologies that people hear about, they know about them. Guest satisfaction is key because that is our customer experience. And we tell everyone, just like Maya Angelou said, every customer that walks through our doors, they will forget what happened. They will forget what was said to them, but they will never forget how they were made
How you made
to
them
feel.
yeah.
Our actions elicit reactions. Those reactions is what people carry away, memories. And for every guest that we interact with, we want to know, how is your stay? What is your experience here? Whether you've just walked in, you know, to the restaurant, or you are a resident, and this is something that each and every employee lives. Today, how do we ensure that everyone is aligned to our CX performance zones? Every department, on a daily basis, must have a daily stand-up. That is a briefing. Before the beginning of each shift, there is a briefing to take us through where were we yesterday, where are we at the moment, and what is the target. Because then this becomes part and parcel of our lives.
Thank you. Thank you, Monica. That was well put. One for Patrick as a recruitment expert. Many organizations say they're customer-centric, but we know culture is built through hiring and leadership. So how do you ensure you hire customer-centric employees rather than just technical?
So truth is, organizations today claim to be customer-centric because it's nice to be branded that way, isn't it? You know, we are customer-focused, we look after our customers, but yet you still hire for the manager's comfort, okay? You're hiring for the supervisor's comfort, the one that the supervisor will be comfortable with. So in a day and age when we are trying to focus on what our customers actually desire, when we still actually believe that the customer is king, if that's still true, we should then focus and actually be hiring for the customer and for the customer's experience. Because when you come to think about it, each and everything that you do in terms of recruitment, it's beyond the technical skills, like we've really had the experience at CCare, the experience at Sheraton. At the end of the day, you just want to ensure that the customer will have the best experience. And even from the recruitment stage, because the person who interfaces with the customer will need to behave in a certain way. And I genuinely believe that recruiters and we as people in the HR space, if you're onboarding somebody into the organization, it's important that you look at the culture orientation and behaviors beyond the technical skills. And like she's put it, all of these things can be trained. But that customer, like the genuine customer obsession, needs to be part of somebody's make, or it needs to be an easy thing for the person to do. The art of somebody being able to own up a customer challenge rather than transfer it, that's not something you easily just tell somebody to do. They must be able to own up a problem. You walk into a banking hall, and the first person I address, I get to let them know that I've had a challenge. For some reason, I can't log into my internet banking anymore. And somebody tells you, oh, that's actually an issue for the customer relations team. I think you can just wait for them. So you're transferring the problem, and there's zero ownership. So as we are recruiting, it's a reminder that regardless of the positions that we are recruiting for, if we want CX to be an organizational culture, like we've said, a strategy, rather than a department, right from the recruitment stage, whether somebody is going to be in finance, whether they'll be in marketing, they need to understand and have a good appreciation of CX. Yes. So you don't just transfer issues or challenges, you own up the problem, and then you try to be part of the solution in the organization. If I walk into the Sheraton, very great experience, and I ask somebody to help me find where the washrooms are located, and the best they can say is, you see, when you walk down the hall, you'll find the right turn on, the right turn is what you will take, then you'll see a door on the left, that's the door that you will take. but the person is simply standing. The real customer experience will require that somebody walks me to the closest point possible to show me where the washrooms are located. That's part of the experience I will love.
I love
so
that.
I can then come in the hall and have a good meal and enjoy the food, because that is all a part of the experience. So as a recruiter, what we are doing is that we're also changing the interviews. Beyond the general, tidy CVs, where do you expect to see in the next 5 years, that is all being dumped aside. We are now going for more scenario-based experiences. If a customer walked in, they were frustrated, they probably have a delayed flight, they're now late, what would you do, or how would you handle that situation? Part of that requires some wits that you can be able to see at the panel, beyond just the fact that they have a degree in tourism and all of these things. Thank you.
Wow, a round of applause. As we wrap up, do you think that companies that invest in CX outperform those that don't? In CX trainings, actually. Do you think they outperform those? And how many trainings do you think an organization should have, to bring out the most in training about customer experience? I think Andrew can answer that first.
Okay. Thank you. I think customer experience is more practical than we imagine. The biggest example we can give, somebody has already given it, is CJ's. And I think it's not the biggest company in Uganda. It's not even a multinational until I think a few years ago. Why do people give testimonies about it? I think it's because they chose to be practical. I don't think they have the biggest balance sheet. We all know the big multinationals here, but I think it's for us as leaders to devote our energies to doing these things, including some of the trainings that you're talking about. And when people tell me about some of these strategies to improve customer experience, and they tell me the basic things about training, I usually ask, do you think the banks and the telecos do not have this money or the trainers? But I think they do, and we all do. I think we would even have larger budgets than CJ's. But what is most important is, are we the leaders willing to do it? And are we hiring the right resource? Because, you forgive me, I come from a traditional school, so I went to a traditional school, and there is a minimum entry grade that you might. It doesn't mean that that school or those traditional schools where we all want to take our children do not have the right teachers to transform people. They do have the right teachers, but there is a minimum grade for which you can transform. And as we're doing interviews, as we interact, as we're doing appraisals, we all know where the problems are. But the reason I'm talking about the practicality is now to say, can we now do it? If the staff is not fit, can they be channeled elsewhere? Maybe if it's not customer-centric, however much trainings you will invest in, some people will not be teachable. And we've got to make such calls and be as practical as possible. As somebody has defined, this customer has got sophisticated, and we have to keep up. And for so many times we find that we are playing a catch-up game as opposed to being ahead of the curve. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrew. When I'm doing most of my trainings, my example is mostly CJ's. And, they train, I think, twice a week or thrice. That's how often they train, for us to be able to point it out as one that gives the most CX in Uganda. But I'll ask Don Patrick what your take is on that.
So when you asked about number of trainings, I think I will ask our CX leaders here to go with quality over quantity. Because when you just check and tick the boxes that, we've had 6 trainings this month, that's powerful CX training that we've had, if you can imagine. But I think let's go with the quality over the quantity. And what's the goal in the trainings? We are trying to standardize the experience of the customer. Because truth be told, even in terms of our behaviors, in terms of how we are naturally built, somebody will prefer to be attended to by James over John.
Oh, yes.
Just because James naturally smiles, James seems to be more appealing.
Oh, yes.
So what can we do with John to ensure that over time, we try to standardize the experience.
Yeah.
And the telecoms are trying to do it. Hello, my name is Sheila, you're speaking to Sheila from so and so. How may I help you? That's trying to standardize the experience, and that's the value of the training. When we really praise CJs over what they're doing, it's about the fact that it's standardized. You don't care if you find a Rachel or a Winnie or whoever. Somehow, the entire experience remains the same because it has been standardized. So my ask to CX leaders here, the goal should be to standardize the experience of the consumer, of the customer. At the end, what you want is to ensure that whether this person will be off on a given day, your clients will still be happy. And guess what that does for you? You'll then lose the fear of dropping off certain resources or personnel because somehow they're the ones that are most loved by the clients.
Oh, yeah.
The day they mess up, you'll be worried, oh, but she's the one that the clients want to talk to. So when you do the trainings and ensure that you standardize the experience, on a one day when somebody makes the phone call, you won't have the person responding, hello? Hello? You've not introduced yourself. Who is this? I mean, you're working with the hotel, you know how we pick calls at the hotel. So the unique identifier is just that we should be able to train for purposes of standardization of the experience. You will lose the fear of dropping off personnel. Nobody should feel like they are more important or, you know, most loved.
Oh, yes.
Simply because the customers love them. So when you train and standardize, and that's what we're doing at Dawn Swift. We are recruiting for several organizations and doing trainings, but the goal for us is to remind CX leaders and business owners that when we carry out the trainings, we are trying to standardize the experience. And when this bit is handled, we then ensure that it can be tracked. I heard us talking about being able to track and look at the metrics that allow to understand whether CX is doing a good job or not. Our BNI National Director is here, and she loves to say that whatever you do not track, you cannot grow. And what does not grow eventually dies. Oh, yeah. So our CX in our units should be tracked in multiple ways so that people know they are being watched and somebody's coming in to understand if the metrics are working or not. Yes. So train as much as you may, but I would say it's quality over quantity.
Wow, thank you. Thank you, Dawn. Monica, you could answer that and then give us the parting shots.
Yes. Trainings, and I think Don Patrick has put it very well.
Yeah.
It's about the quality. You could have, you know, trainings every day, and I would say, you know, being in the hospitality sector, trainings actually constitute part of our daily lives, because trainings in CX are not only meant to be classroom, on-the-job training, somebody shadowing you, you know, all that is training, because at the end of the day, somebody is seeing the quality output, what has come out, yeah? But also, it's not only training in that, but the processes as well, yeah? Because organizations invest a lot in training, putting processes in place, you know, all the technology and all that, but then if this is not utilized, then it's an exercise in futility. We have beautiful processes, I will tell you, yeah? Systems are there to track the guest journey from pre-arrival to post-departure, yeah? But if these are not fully utilized, then the customer experience is not fully lived. The guest, at some point, there will be a break, which is what affects. Rosette, today you could walk in and, you know, your entire journey is beautiful. You love everything until you reach the billing process you're leaving and something happens. Just because somebody did not finish up the chain was not linked, yeah? So these are the things that we focus on. I will train on how to deliver a great experience, utilizing the processes and the systems in place. Also, for the people to remember that how you feel by the time you leave is the most important, because as a human being, it's about relations. I was reading something about people do not buy products. People do not go to places because it's a great place. It's about relationships. You could have a shop, you have the best products you're selling and all that. I also have a shop with the same. But then you decide today, I will go and visit Rosette's shop and not go to Monica's. Why? How does Rosette make me feel in her space? And this is what drives customer experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. I love how you put it. People don't buy products or services, they buy feelings, they buy experiences, they buy how you make them feel. Andrew, just share your parting shots. Time is fast spent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think my parting shots would be that as leaders, we need to be as human as we can, and we managers or leaders are predisposed to, measuring metrics and all that. But there's something that you miss when you don't measure the actual experience, and I like that. At least for the CX, it's the X stands for the experience. And very recently, I've started giving this example of the World Cup. I don't know those that love sports, but we had a game against Argentina and Egypt. And whilst Argentina won 3-2, that's the metrics you would see in the boardroom. That is your NPS that you would show. That's your trust score. That's your feedback ratio. But for us that watched the game, we know that Egypt won the game, isn't it? And that's, you will never be able to see it if somebody told you the following morning that it was 3-2 in the boardroom. But if you would participate to be part of the experience, you would know that while our NPS says 90, there's still a problem that needs to be fixed. And you might never see it in the percentage. And that's the human touch that we need to deploy.
Thank you so much. And you, Don, your parting shot.
Yes, thank you. So dear sex leaders, I think the first step that we've taken is to be part of discussions like these ones and be part of rooms like these. So my parting shot will be about, I know we've discussed the fact that customer experience has a huge part that entails the human involvement, okay? And that's very true. But let's remember that I would like to relate this to car enthusiasts, okay? Some of the most prestigious or comfortable, high-end cars are built that you'll have a great experience even without anybody having to explain that experience. When you sit in a comfortable seat, you will feel it and you will know that this is actually a very, very good experience. So let's remember that as much as we are training personnel, humans to better the customer experience, there are multiple touch points you can also look at that don't need to be explained. When I walk into the banking hall and I have a comfortable seat to, wait as much as there might be a line, if it's as comfortable as it gets, that's good enough. If somebody comes and lets me know that you'll wait for about 5 minutes, that's even better. But if I could have a comfortable seat where I will be, if the air conditioning is great, the place feels great, that alone is good customer experience before any human involvement. So as much as we've discussed the human involvement, let's remember that there are touch points that don't even need to be explained. Let's better the experience, both with human involvement and even without.
I love that you share that. I keep telling people when we are selling Newman's as a snack, as one of the leading snack brands in Uganda, even before that interaction, what's the quality of my snack? If someone eats my popcorn, how are they feeling? What's the excitement? Before I'm pushing the teams to, oh my God, smile, look nice, you have to do this. Yeah, so that's very pertinent. Thank you, Monica, over to you.
I would say, let us drive purpose in our teams. Let us empower our teams and like someone mentioned earlier, empower them and necessitate them to carry out the roles. When an employee comes in with a purpose, believe me, nothing can beat them, irrespective of the challenges they face. Because they know that they are doing it for a sustainable organization. Let everyone, be recognized and rewarded. Let's motivate our people to deliver. Because a great employee is the greatest asset any organization can have. And you will achieve those objectives and those KPIs effortlessly. Yes, challenges will be there, but you'll overcome them with time. No one says that it will be a smooth ride, yeah? Because we deal with people, and everyone has their different expectations, but these expectations can be managed if people are fully empowered, trained, and they come in with a purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monica. I love that you share on that. It's said, or research shows that if you have an angry customer and work on them well, they'll become your advocate. You're more likely to have a loyal customer that came with a complaint. If you take care of that complaint well, they'll advocate for you. So thank you so much. It was quite insightful. I just want to share research And I think that for CX, it's us that benefit, because when they say 86% of customers pay more for a great experience, I mean, we are at a loss when we don't, execute these things. But that said, this is a wrap. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. CXers, thank you for being in the room this afternoon. Have a lovely afternoon ahead. Thank you very much.
Round of applause for Rosette and our panelists. Kindly remain at the stage so we recognize you, and I would like to ask Mr. Punsa to please do the honors of recognizing our panelists. And after they've done that, Rosette at the beginning mentioned about the security personnel at the gate. So we're going to share with you a short video in regards to exactly what has been discussed by this panel. And ladies and gentlemen, we also request for your patience. We expected that by midday we should have been done with all this, but we just have a few more sessions. So please stay put. This is the Sheraton Kampala Hotel. It's a home away from home for all of you. So you are at home. So stay put and we complete together. Yep. Thank you. By 1 o'clock, I'm sure we should be done. Thank you. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for the panelists and Rosette, our moderator. Could we have that video, please, to settle it in exactly what they were discussing?
Some of our exceptional security guards at Church House. They've been observed over a long period of time by all staff, by the executive, by customers. Please join me.
I feel happy. I'm very happy. I appeal, I will continue respecting the policies, enforcing the policies. Yeah, those are my words.
That may God bless Equity abundantly. And I thank God who has helped me to enable to achieve this reward.
I feel so excited, very excited. Thank you so much, Equity Bank.
Yes, as short as that, but very, very impactful. It formed the basis of our discussion as well this afternoon. So thank you for that, and thanks to those staff that were recognized. It's very, very important. And ladies and gentlemen, we also would like to thank our sponsors. Without you, we wouldn't have reached this far. This is a milestone for us at Customer Experience Association. So we'd like to recognize you. And my colleague, my compere, Patricia, please take it on as we read the sponsors. My team at the back there, please give us some energy in the sound as we recognize our sponsors in a special way. Yep.
Centenary Bank.
Yep.
Equity Bank. CHADA. Caribou Ads. Twin Shots. Lane Production. Our very own Sharon's Customer Ignited. Molisan Consultants Limited. Service Focus.
Yes, okay.
My fellow compare, White Glove Consultant Limited.
Yep. We are right here. Elevate Customer. Elevate Customer is in the house. Experience Consult, ECX, Sheraton Kampala Hotel. Thank you so much. Smart Applications. We just demonstrated something this morning. Uganda Airlines. Newman's has some packs for us. Please make sure you take a pack before you go. Harris International, I hope they are here. And we have Mayanja candles, ladies and gentlemen. There is a scent in the house. You're going to go back with, it takes your mind as well when you're doing this scent. So we have cartridges under Mayanja candles. They are in the house and they are making us feel comfortable. So don't think you're obsessed by staying. Mayanja candles, I think, is doing something. So thank you so much. Yeah, so take it on, compare, Patricia.
Thank you very much, David. It is such a pleasure to be next week and Rebecca is many things, an advocate, a leader, and above all, a proud voice for Africa. She's the co-founder of Malaika Path, Chair, EXPA Africa Council, Citizen Experience Commission Chair, Advisory Board Member, with over 15 years of customer experience under her belt. Her career spans industries such as telecom, aviation, renewable energy, and fund management, where she honed her skills in customer engagement and operational excellence. Rebecca's passion doesn't end with customer experience. She's a champion of personal branding, financial literacy, and digital skills, foundation pillars she believes are essential for unlocking the potential of Africa's workforce. As co-founder of Malaika Path, Rebecca is on a mission to empower talent across Africa, creating pathways for individuals to shine on the global stage. Her journey is one of passion, purpose, and an unwavering dedication to the continent she calls home. Let's give a warm welcome to Rebecca. Rebecca is going to be handling an intimate and candid conversation with a new generation entrepreneurs. Please kindly put your hands together for the founder and creative director of Talking Trees
Thank you very much. Hi everyone. I'm afraid we are going to switch it up from a fireside chat to a rapid fire because we don't have time. Yeah, but I know that everyone has said I wear many hats, but today I'm here I'm just wearing only one hat. My lady, come this side. I'm here to spotlight a sector that raised me, that took me to school, and who can guess what sector that is? Agriculture, no? Yes, informal sector. And very quick questions to the audience, just fill in the dashes for me, just for you to understand how important and how personally passionate I am about this sector. % of our population is below 25 years of old in Africa. Quick numbers. 85? 60, thank you very much. And when they come into the workforce, guess what sector is most likely waiting for them to give them jobs or work or put money in their pockets? Yes. And %, is this percentage? Okay. % of the workforce is in the informal sector. Again, quick numbers. 80%, correct. And when they start working and making the money and bringing in that money, they contribute this percentage to the GDP of all the countries in Africa. What percentage? Again, quick numbers. No. Roughly 50%. So this is a segment that we can no longer ignore. We cannot wish it away. We cannot think that it's a side thing. It's actually at the center of Africa's economic engine. And today I'm very proud to spotlight somebody who is in that segment. But for this to be a rapid fire because of time, allow me to just read out the background and the context against which we sit here. I will not compete with Shamim, but I'll try just a few minutes. From customer passion to the boardroom, what every CEO can learn from a t-shirt entrepreneur sitting right here next to me. A CEO whose boardroom is the shop floor. Our guest does not lead a multinational corporation and she doesn't have thousands of employees, yet every single day, she competes in one of the toughest markets imaginable, where customers have endless choices and loyalty and one interaction at a time. She represents a new generation of African entrepreneurs who have discovered what many established organizations are still trying to learn, that sustainable growth begins with an obsession for the customer. They don't have a choice, okay? Please join me in welcoming Vanessa Kunihira, founder and creative director of Talking T-Shirts. She calls it Talking Tees and More. When we hear about CEOs, many of us think about the boardroom, Power BI, dashboard, etc. But what if the most customer-obsessed CEOs in Africa are not sitting in a skyscraper at all? What if they're standing right behind a printing press, like my neighbor here, speaking to hundreds of customers every week? What if they're hidden behind the biggest sector, the rising informal sector? What if, what if, what if? As Africa's informal sector continues to evolve into one of the continent's most dynamic engines of innovation and employment, a new generation of entrepreneurs is proving that customer obsession, not just company size, is a true driver of business success. Vanessa Kunihira is one of those entrepreneurs. As the founder of Talking Tees and More, she has built a sustainable business around a simple but powerful belief that every single customer has a story worth wearing. So if you have a CEO and you want to tell them something without opening your mouth, here's your go-to person. With a background in marketing and a passion for innovation, Vanessa has grown her enterprise by staying close to her customers, adapting quickly to their needs, and creating experiences that turn first-time buyers into loyal advocates. Beyond business, she also champions mental health, awareness, and demonstrates how purpose and profit can grow together. Today, Vanessa represents a new generation of African business leaders who are showing that customer obsession is not the preserve of big corporations. It's the competitive advantage of businesses shaping Africa's future. About our enterprise, Talking Tees and More, it's a Ugandan creative enterprise specializing in customized apparel and branded merchandise, including t-shirts, hoodies, cups, and other promotional items. The business serves both individuals and organizations by transforming ideas into personalized products for corporate branding, events, campaigns, schools, celebrations, and personal expression. Unlike traditional apparel retailers that sell standard products, Talking Tees operates on a co-creation model. Customers bring in ideas, stories, or purpose, and the business works with them to translate that into a finished product. This makes customer conversations, creativity, and responsiveness central to a company's success. The company is also purpose-driven. Under Vanessa Kunihira's leadership, it has integrated mental health advocacy into its campaigns, using this platform to create awareness and support community conversations. Another round of applause for Vanessa. Okay, just say hi to the audience and tell me whether I've represented you well in that brief.
Sorry. Thank you so much for that introduction. It was very beautiful. I've never been introduced in such a way before. I'm so happy to be here today. And what I would want to say first is that running my business has taught me one thing, that customers are not just coming to me to buy t-shirts or cups or whatever. They come to me with a story. And that has made customer obsession kind of the heartbeat of the business, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. So to our fast rapid fire, you don't have a formal customer experience department, you don't have consultants, you probably don't have a Power BI dashboard, and yet people keep coming back to you. What do you understand about customers that some of the larger companies may not understand?
As I've mentioned, customers usually come to us with stories. For example, let me actually read you an order or a client who has just texted me just a few minutes ago. She says, "Hello, Talking Tees. I've been checking up on your socials. You're doing great work. I love your work and talent. Please don't stop. My name is Shamila. I was wondering if you could advise. I'm celebrating my birthday this coming August, but I want to go and do a little charity in my village hospital where I was born. I had bought some t-shirts and I was wondering if you could put your magic on them. I could give you ideas of the words I would love, waiting for your response. Please and thank you." So I feel like this message will kind of guide where I'll be going with this client and how I'll be building trust with them. It all matters on how I approach this message. So in my reply, I'll kind of build in that back and forth of trying to understand, oh, what would you like on them? What does this design communicate to you? I'll come to create a relationship with this client, which in the long run will build that trust and make them feel seen. Because what I've noticed most of the speakers have said is that customers will return to businesses that make them feel seen and understand their feelings. So from this message, the client has already conveyed to me their story and their feelings. So how we go about this is what will build trust for them to be able to come back and make another order or even recommend me to another client. Yeah.
Thank you, Nessa. I actually think in the next CEO session, we need to have a trust segment because trust is right at the center of customer obsession. Okay, Vanessa, on data and conversion, many organizations spend millions collecting customer data. I'm not sure how you do it, but you seem to know your customers very intimately and very well. How do you do this? Do you have a blue book where you keep noting their names and their stories? Do you have a WhatsApp chat where you keep running through them? Like, how do you use that customer data intimately to bring in the next customer and the next?
The privilege I would say I have over larger organizations is that I'm dealing with my customers directly. I'm talking to them directly. So every hesitation, every complaint, every excitement, that is data to me. Those are things I'm noting down. Yeah, so by the end of our conversation, I would have been collecting data. And another advantage that I do have is that my data has a name and a face, which is not the case for larger organizations where it's kind of like a random survey. Yeah.
Awesome. So again, homework parking lot for the next CEO breakfast. How do you scale that? You know, how do you scale that sort of intimacy for big organizations? Okay, rapid fire, next question. What's something big companies do to customers that makes you shake your head like,
This is such a great question. Seeing as I've been a client to many big organizations in here, I feel like big organizations need to stop treating customers as tickets. You know, when I come in, you give me the ticket, I make the line, I go and do that. I feel like they need I feel like they focus a lot on improving processes and unintentionally forget customer experience. So I feel like we need to go back to asking the question of like, as much as I would want my client to go through the process seamlessly and very fast, how will they feel after they leave? Because the client will probably not remember how quick the order was processed, but how the entire experience made them feel. Yeah, so that goes back to the feeling, I guess.
Feeling.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And our last question, wasn't that rapid? Yeah, our last question. I was told that there are about 30 CEOs in this room, okay? If you had 5 minutes with every CEO in this room, what's the one lesson about customers you would want them never to forget?
What I would advise or say to other CEOs is that don't ask how you can increase your sales. Ask yourself, how can you make your client return to you without you having to remind them? Yeah, so creating that memorability should be the goal rather than the ROIs, I would say. I have another recommendation would be to invest in your employees' reward system of improving, like reward your employees for improving or solving problems more than you reward them for closing deals. Because sometimes they've closed the deal, yes, but like, how was the process of closing that deal? Yeah, so as Patrick had said, at NSSF, they don't just encourage you to meet your targets, they encourage you to go over and beyond. So I feel like if you put those systems in place, people will be motivated to care about your clients, because at the end of the day, they're the ones interacting with them and not you. So yeah, that's what I would advise. And then the other thing would be to not focus a lot on the competitors, but on the customers. Because at the end of the day, it's not just customer care that creates a business. It's that experience, the whole journey, as you've been talking about, the whole path. That's what's going to create good business for returning clients, and the business will grow anyway if we focus on those things. Yeah, those would be my recommendations.
Thank you so much, Vanessa. I can already see that if there was one takeaway from this session, as in all of us can go back and reward somebody for solving a what? A problem.
Yes.
That's scalable, practical, feasible, and it will take customer experience and obsession to another level. We're done, but I would like you to know that if you're in this room and you're not attending to the informal sector in your thinking, your lens, your strategy, your designs, that means that your sustainability part in your ESG strategy is facing south. But also, guess what? We're going to leave you behind. Because the informal sector is booming in Africa, and like it or not, we're going places. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And may I ask my associate to please go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being patient with us. Basically about to come to an end, but there's a lot of goodies in store for us. I would like to invite our president to come and say a few words about unveiling CS theme for 2026. But Antonina is also well renowned for always having goodies. So brace yourselves, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon. Sorry we've kept you for a while. But before we unveil the theme for customer experience of this year, I love giving out. And there's a special goodie that has come, very special. If you're in this room, you should thank yourself for still being here. Now, my teams, I want you to quickly, if you know you're a member of the association, all of you, one of you stand in one table. Pick one table and stand there, where any table. Association members, CX people do things very fast. We don't need to call you 2 times. We've been keeping this team for a long time. Kindly pick a table and just stand as I give instructions. Can you check that each table has somebody?
Where does the MC stand?
If there's a table that doesn't have a member, kindly put up your hand. I'll be able to. Thank you. Since there's someone at every table, I request Sheraton has been kind enough to also give us books. Each person pick a paper and write your name, both names please, and organization. Quickly, your name and organization, and immediately give that paper back to my team. It has to be one paper only. My team, ensure it is one paper only per person.
Your pens are rolling, Antonina. You're full of surprises. Really, really. Yeah, I told you customer experience.
Yeah, we are taking the experience to the next level.
Don't forget your contact number, please.
No, it's okay.
It's okay. Okay,
It's
all right.
okay, don't mind. That's enough. We'll get you. I mean, your name and the organization.
All right, all right. People want good things. Yeah?
They deserve it to stay up to this time. Maybe next time we'll do lunch as well.
What was the disclaimer, Antonina? Someone is asking.
Okay.
As they're collecting, I think we should go on with the unveiling. Are we done? Is everybody written? Yeah? Right, fold. Give it to our CX sir. And we move on. This is serious, guys. Don't miss out. Maybe don't call that person who just went out. Oh, you can call. Tuwaite, tuwalekeyo. You people. Okay? Anyway, thanks for keeping it around. That's what it means. So we're done. 3, 2, 1, done. Are we good? CXers, are we okay? We want to go to the next. Can we put everything in a barrel right over there where they are crowding?
Okay, thank you. As we wait for that, we're going to unveil the theme of the year. I'll request my board chair to come through.
Okay, today we want to launch something. Our president, maybe you can guide us on exactly what we want to launch so that we do the countdown. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. As you know, CX is very important to all organizations. And I hope every October of each year, your organizations actually have CX month. So we are unveiling the theme for this year. We'll not be able to meet you until next year, so we chose fit to unveil the theme now. This is July. By October, you'll be set and doing exactly what the theme is giving us. So shortly, we are going to be unveiling.
Alrighty. Yes, my team. Let's go at the count of. At the count of. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And yes, that's what it is. Customer Week 2026, we go the extra mile. So we have launched that. And of course, we have some. There we go. Thank you so much.
So I repeat, the theme of this year is We Go the Extra Mile. Please ensure we are going the extra mile for our customers. Thank you very much.
Round of applause.
All right, is our ball ready? All ready?
Where's the bow? Where's the bow? Hey, let it not disappear. Where's our bowl?
Okay, drum
Mary Beth,
rolls,
please give us our bowl.
Drum rolls. If you're not drumming, drum rolls. Special announcements. That is why it's special to partner with special people. Guess what? We partnered with Uganda Airlines. And two of you today are going to have a free ticket. I know someone is shaking their head like Antonina. Yeah. And this is the association. That's what we do for special people like you who love us. So Uganda Airlines, thank you so much for partnering with us. And it's going to be as objective, I love objectivity, as possible. It will only be, rules are here now. It will only be somebody who is in this room. Of course, we just did the writing of the names. You saw it. It will only be someone who is in this room, and it will also be as objective as possible. I request, or you can hold, yeah, sure. I request, there's a lady with a veil there smiling at me with spectacles. Please come through and pick the first person.
And if she picks herself?
It's okay. We all know that it's fair, right? Yeah, sure. Sure.
Shake it well, shake it well. DJ, very enough, very enough. Aha.
Let me tell you, I'm like, let me tell you this world. If you are a hardworking person, a good person, good things come back to you. And guess who is the winner? None other. Oh, where is she? I still want to look at her first. Yeah, I've seen her. None other than, let me even move closer to her. None other than Rebecca.
Whoa! Yeah,
Zado.
make it loud, make it loud.
Mugisha. She was our moderator just right now for the fire chat.
Yes.
Fire side chat.
President, who is giving it out? Our ticket is
We
right
have
here.
our special, we have Uganda Airlines
Exactly.
will be represented, and our special guests come through.
Mr. Punsa.
Rebecca, you deserve it. When I
Rebecca,
saw your
congratulations.
name, as we are giving out that, I just wanted to mention all the people you saw today, the MCs, are members, all the moderators are members of the association, so we have the best of the best.
Yeah. Mukawulide. Ngate mukubangalo. Congratulations to our winner today, and thank you, Uganda Airlines.
Hi, just to let you know, Rebecca, this ticket takes you to any destination where Uganda Airlines flies. So I think London is not a bad way to go. Watch your back, and also watch out for some very new, exciting places that will be on our menu soon. Thank you.
Please, that was Simon from Uganda Airlines. Simon Peter, thank you, Simon. It's lovely to partner with people like Uganda Airlines. We get nice things. So as you had any destination of her choice, I'm sure you, the people who are praying, people have said 100 Mother Marys, I'm sure, because Rebecca has won and they know a second one is coming. Please, I encourage you to say the Mother Marys. And now that
somebody is asking, is Rebecca going alone or what?
Simon, you need to clarify that.
You know, unfortunately, we also need to make some money. So the extra, the +1 has to pay. But we can get him a discount. A good one.
Simon, you're so kind. Thank you very much. And now to the second call. I hope you're done with the Mother Mary prayers. Since it's a lady that picked the first one, I'm going to make a gentleman to be able to pick for us. And not even in the crowd. There's a gentleman in a bow tie tall, just at the back of the room. It could be a Sheraton staff.
Exactly, exactly.
Since you're also our sponsors, please come through.
Please come. Young man, come. Yes, clap for him. Now, this one has come with Kasongo luck. Exactly. Go to the stage.
The person
Uthman.
going might just get you chocolates. You never know.
That's Uthman, one of our very good waiters here. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it. Oh, already? Okay.
Thank you very much. Wow. Very interesting. I don't know the person, but I'll tell you for sure, you'd think it has been rigged. Why? Why am I saying you'd think it has been rigged? No, it's not Centenary Bank. I would be jumping up and down. I would not be as as calm. At least I've busted your bubble, Centenary team. No, it's not. I think it could be, but this person, let me just even. Oh, it's a lady. So the men have busted your bubble. You're off the hook. It's a lady. Why I'm saying it has been rigged? It's someone from NSSF. Rebecca was working in NSSF before, and this person is from NSSF. Again, where are the ladies from NSSF?
Pinky Ponky.
Stand up, stand up.
We do Pinky Ponky.
You're even fearing to stand up. Okay, going once, going twice, and the next traveler to any destination of your choice is none other than Teddy Nabashwa.
Congratulations.
Well done. Do you want to make a speech?
Hello, everyone. Happy to see you. I'm happy, everyone.
So next year we call you for an event. Run. Run. Thank you very much to the media team. We appreciate you. Back to the MC.
Thank you, Antonina. Thank you, our president. You're not leaving the stage because we still have recognitions to make. Fabisha, take it on.
Certificate of Appreciation. Christine Najimesi.
Okay, we are going to the awards time, and this we are awarding the former executive committee. And we'll start with Christine Najimesi. We have Daudi Mugabe.
Punsa, please come to the stage so you can give this award. Daudi Mugabe, are you here? Okay, we'll keep that.
Rebecca is a celeb. We have Rosette. Then Ivas.
Rosette.
We have with me that the MCs of the day have done a wonderful job. So we are also awarding them.
Oh.
We'll start with David. We have Patricia. We have sponsors of the day. We'll start with Equity Bank. Representative, Equity Bank. We have Uganda Airlines. We have Sheraton Kampala. We have Smart Applications. We have Karibu Arts. We have Chada. We have Tune Shots. We have Lane Production. We have Seamless. Behind the scenes, Seamless has done a lot. A lot. Amazing, amazing. Thank you. And last but not least, my mom taught me well that when you're going to receive anything, be the last. And also, we are the gold sponsors. None other than Centenary Bank. Please allow me to invite Victoria to pick the certificate. Thank you very much, Centenary Bank. And lastly, we had a fireside chat. Vanessa had given you oh, sorry, Rebecca will deliver.
Thank you, and members, our guests, fellow extras, thank you for being patient, and thank you, Antonina, for recognizing our sponsors and all those that did well. We're coming to the close of this event, but before we do that, let me request my fellow compare to please do the honors of the final session. Thank you.
A small favor, Antonina. Would it be possible for you to introduce the executive just briefly?
Yeah, my executive members present, kindly stand up so that I mention your names. Barbara, you can come to the podium, please. You've done an amazing job behind the scenes. Rosette, please come through. Angela, they're all coming through. Shamim, you did a wonderful job starting with a musical poem. It was so catchy. Angela, Harriet, Christopher. We can also just take a picture. This is the executive of 2026, and they've done an amazing job. For the last about 1 hour, we have been planning this event. Oh, Rita is here. Please join us. You've done
And
a
they all
good
look
job.
great in that blue, yeah?
Yeah.
You don't know what was behind the scenes
We'll have
anyway.
a group picture.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's our executive for 2026, 2027. Thank you so much for a great job. We, as the compared, were happy to work with you, and you did great. You did great. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now, I know this is going to take a while, but let me tell you all the different hats that Joanne actually wears. She's our chairperson of the Customer Experience Association of Uganda Advisory Board. She's a founding member of the Customer Experience Association of Uganda. She's a board director at the Customer Institute, a member of the Customer Experience Professionals Association Inclusion Committee. Have I missed anything? No? Joanne's main mission and the reason she wakes up early every morning is advancing inclusive customer experience practices and building professional capacity across diverse markets. In addition, you would think with everything that Joanne has on her plate, she still manages to have time to develop AI-powered customer experience tools and digital solutions that help organizations with their customer experience management efforts for scaled impact. Please put your hands together for our chairperson.
Thank you, Patricia. Good afternoon, everyone. I know I'm standing between you and your next appointment, and therefore I'll do my best to keep it short. First of all, we've appreciated the executive, but I think they deserve a standing ovation. Please, let's stand and give them a 20-second hand clap. Continue. Thank you very much. Antonina, you've done an amazing job, and I appreciate you. I've also learned something about her character today. I mean, in the process of organizing this event, she's meticulous with detail. And I tell you, a customer experience professional ought to be meticulous with detail. So, great job. Last year we had the customer experience, the CEO breakfast, and we set ourselves to double the numbers in the room. You exceeded our expectations. So, thank you. And then to the MCs, ladies and gentlemen, the MCs we have in the room are part of our newest lot of members. David Sechitoleko was one of the sponsors under White Glove, but also Patricia Sentongo is at the top in customer experience in her company. Astara, she's part of the member, she's a co-director in Astara Technology. Now, the two of them are unique to us in different ways. They're special people to us. And why I have to talk about them is because it's not every day that we don't hire an MC. Yeah? Last year, at some point, I think at the CX Summit, we had Dr. Mitch Egwang. Yeah? But as you can see, our talent is exceptional. Patricia, if you don't know, just call somebody and guess what? That voice you will hear if you don't get them, that's Patricia. The one that goes, the telephone number you have called is not available at the moment. Please try again later. Yeah, that's Patricia. And I keep mentioning that because when I was younger, that is almost 20 years ago, and I heard Patricia's voice, I always wanted to meet her. Today, meeting her 20 years later, doing her craft exceptionally well. Corporates don't really have so many corporate MCs. Yeah? So I implore you to take part of our talent, David and Patricia, into your organizations. Next time you have a corporate event, please use them. Yeah? Use them to deliver. Didn't they sound like crystal material? Yeah? So let's use our talent. We have the talent. Today we saw Shamim on stage. Weren't you blown away by that poem about customer experience? And it was memorized, yeah? It was exceptional. So we have people who have got what you need in our organizations, and we've got to tap into the skills we have. So as you go away, for the CEOs who are here today, I have a few requests. First, I request that if your organization is not part of the Customer Experience Association, please join. Please register as you leave to register some members of your institution, or register as an institution to join us, because there's a lot to learn from us. There's the upskilling opportunity for your members. There's the networking opportunity for your members, for your organization. There's also the global opportunity. I am part of the inclusive committee of the Customer Experience Professionals Association. That is global. But I'm also on the certification review board of the Customer Institute, where I'm a board director as well, in charge of communication. What does that do in terms of exposure? We've got resources available, global resources available for your people. So it's not just, we have our local consultants, and they've had time on the job. I mean, they've done 20 years, 15 years. They know what they're doing. I am believed, I will not say I am, but I'm going to say I'm believed. I'm believed to be the first certified customer experience professional in Uganda. Meaning, people think just because you do customer service so well, you know what it takes to get the craft done. By the time we are full profession, it means there are certain disciplines that we follow in order for us to master our craft. So we go through study, and then there's an exam that is administered by the Global Customer Experience Professionals Association. And when you pass that exam, you become a certified customer experience professional. So currently, our country has 2 people. The other person is not a member of the association, and they're not visible around us. But what I implore organizations, the cost of the exam is quite pricey, and so is the membership of the Global Customer Experience Professionals Association. So through the Customer Experience Association of Uganda, we have subsidized the price for you. To join the Global Customer Experience Professionals Association is $150. I think you can afford that, yeah? So let's join the association, the global one as well, and let's learn together. At the Africa CX Leaders Forum, Punsa is here. We are targeting about 100 people to join, 100 customer experience leaders across Africa to get into, to get certified. So come and learn with us. Rebecca is behind this. She's championing it as the Africa CX PA chairperson. I mean, we have our talent here. So my ask is, bring your people to learn with us and to get certified. It's not Gujarat. It's not a language you don't understand. Please come and join us. So my first ask is, join the association so that your people get upskilled. The second ask is, please pay for them. Pay for them so that they learn. Don't say that just because we've paid for the association membership, we're not able to pay for the global one. Please pay for both. And also expose them. The Africa CX Leaders Forum is coming up in September, and it's a good space for them to meet other CX leaders across Africa. There are lots of learning opportunities that come with such sessions that go beyond what we offer. So please come. Then the third ask is, don't stop at your own walls. Champion CX inside your industry. When Punsa showed the numbers here, and there were only 42% of our CX leaders reporting into the C-suite or into a C-suite executive, those numbers are appalling. It means that these people have to have borrowed authority to be able to gain their voice or to make things happen in your organization. I request, if you're struggling to even make a point that CX means anything in your organization, or if you think your CX leader is not yet ready to get to the C-suite, please engage the association, because we have consultants who are able to come and help you through that journey. Otherwise, if you don't put CX at that table, your organization is going to continue being left behind. Your customer is not in your boardroom. So please take Punsa's words seriously about uplifting CX in your organizations. And then lastly, I'd like you to partner with us. We have a lot in store for you this year and into next year. We have a calendar of events. We request you to partner with us in terms of sponsorship, in terms of training, in terms of the roundtables that we'd like to have, even with the government institutions and other private institutions, such that we are able to elevate the state of CX in our country. We have competences for CX. One of the greatest competences I had today being mentioned was metrics and measurements metrics and measurement, which in turn breeds into ROI. If people think you're going to smile and get the money, it may not be it. There's a lot more that needs to go in. You have to understand how things work to be able to get the money, and then show your line manager, your boss, your CEO the money, that, oh, by the way, I made the money, the revenue is here. So we would like you to come and just call. Just call. There's so many numbers here for you. But the central number is a 0776 760 559, where you get instant WhatsApp responses. You don't need airtime to be able to send a WhatsApp. Yeah? Just send a message and it will be relayed to you in terms of proposals, in terms of support. But we can't be talking about CX today and then you leave this room with nothing. So just from everything you've heard today, we had panels, we had speakers, we had a passionate keynote speaker today. You had the NSSF story. We had the informal sector, because the informal is the future, but also you've seen the generation in the informal. We're designing for them. There's a lot around AI happening. I said I design AI tools. I consult, yes, I train, yes, I coach, yes, I mentor, but I also design tools. And when I say I design tools, I mean today I'm making money using AI tools in my sleep, because that's passive income. It's not just things you see on YouTube. They're actually things that work. Link them to your payment system and they're working. I don't need a whole, CRM tool to be procured. I designed it myself. But what I'm saying is upskill your people such that they are equipped for the skills for tomorrow. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I've already thanked everyone. I want to appreciate your patience for being able to stay in the room till this moment, and to wish you a good Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne, for that. Yes, we're happy that you've stayed up to this time. And of course, we can't thank enough those who actually supported us by buying tables: KCB, DTB, Housing Finance Bank, iCare or CCare, ICEA, ABSA, and NSSF, and those individuals. And you actually stayed up to this time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you for coming to Sheraton Kampala Hotel. Always come. By the way, there is lunch at Sheraton. There is accommodation. The beds are laid. The sheets are 2,000 thread count. So please stay. Thursday goes into Friday. They showed us. Thank you for Thank you for Friday. So yes, let's enjoy ourselves the rest of the afternoon. If you want to stay at the Sheraton Kampala Hotel, please do so. Thank you so much, and God bless you.